And I think she knows that too.
Yeah,
And
I'm
enjoys
sure.
it.
I'm sure she feels it.
I think so.
That was wonderful testimony to the services you're providing people. I was struck by her admission that things can get out of hand so quickly. A diagnosis and an illness can progress so quickly that you don't know what comes next. And by having professionals around you who are already experienced, they can kind of prepare you for those next steps. And that's got to be incredibly satisfying to be able to say to the family, now look, we've got this covered now, but this is what's coming.
Definitely, I totally agree. Just to help them out with whatever needs they may have, just to keep their loved ones at home. In this case, was the mom to keep her mother at home, and just to see the smile on her face that we were there to help her out with the needs that she needs. She has to keep her at home, and overall, I think it's been a great experience for her to be part of our program, and it's just, we get so satisfied to see such wonderful outcomes when we are able to be there to help them out and to keep them at home in such as this case.
Right. Well, you know, Anwar, it happens in families that somebody ends up being the person that provides the in-home care. Right. Are you able to give counseling to other family members to help them understand what the primary caregiver is going through and what their contribution maybe should be, so that
Sure. We provide counseling through a licensed clinician. We also provide various other types of resources. You know, it's important for all viewers to know that this is a state-funded program, and it's available throughout the state of California. And it's also important to point out that we have a collaborative of vendors and agencies that help us do our job. So we have other organizations that help us manage this case. And by the way, all this is very, very confidential. Confidentiality is our number one goal here.
Well, we need to talk more about this, but it's time to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue our discussion on how to assist vulnerable older adults to avoid having to leave their own homes. Please stay tuned. We'll be right back with more of Aging in LA.
The biggest blessing in life is to realize your personal power.
So many of us wonder, why are we living? Well, that's why we're living, to help others.
Community work brings families closer together.
When we help each other, we all get healthier.
Doing good for others, doing positive action always comes back around and enriches your life. It's the biggest gift you could ever give yourself.
Doing good is good for all of us.
Please join us in volunteering.
Improve your health by helping others. Visit iparticipate.org.
Before approaching an intersection, so that's why two wrong turns don't make a right turn. Now let's learn about tailgating.
Hey, that's how I got my ticket.
You got a ticket for tailgating?
That's not good. That can be really annoying.
Doesn't get you there any faster.
It leaves you no distance to brake.
Which makes it easier to get into a crash.
And it also may increase your insurance premium.
And I hate tailgaters.
Tailgating causes crashes. Back off.
Watch the road.
Welcome back to Aging in LA. Our topic today, life is better at home. Our guests are from Partners in Care Foundation. Esther M. Sefelian is Supervisor, Care Managers, and Anwar Zuahed is Vice President of Direct Services at the Foundation. Thank you both again for joining us. This is really a good discussion because the idea that you have identified best practices for keeping people in their home is so important because most people would prefer it. Can you tell me a little bit about how you can apply the best notions that you've uncovered to a real-life situation?
Definitely. It is known that aging at home is preferred more often, obviously, than being institutionalized. Sure. And, you know, it could be the simplest thing, the simplest modifications at the house, such as adding a handheld shower hose to assist them taking showers easily, or a grab bar or carpet tape to secure the rugs down so they don't fall. The simplest things could help the clients and individuals, our elders, seniors, stay at home and be comfortable and safe at home. And that's the goal, is to keep them as comfortable and as secure and to prevent any falls. That's our motto, just to help them out.
I understand. Now, Daniel, you mentioned something while we were in the break about how fearful some seniors can be about having strangers in their home or signing a contract, oh, there's somebody's going to take my house. How do you help reassure a senior that these services are not going to end up taking them to bankruptcy court?
Exactly. These services are at no cost. They are their benefit that they've earned and are entitled to. It's a state program. We are a non-profit agency, and there is no contract to sign. You simply sign the care plan agreeing that this is the service you want us to provide. Each client has an individualized, personalized care plan, and based on the agreement with the family and the client and the care managers and of course the supervisor, we all come up with a care plan, and once the client signs, we're able to provide them this needed service.
Now, what about follow-up? I mean, elderly people's needs do change. Is that part of what you do by managing or supervising, rather, the case managers?
Well, all the care managers actually make monthly contacts to the clients. And every 3 months, they go out to visit the client. And every 6 months, we have the alternate discipline, which meant, like, if the primary care manager is a social worker, the nurse will go out to see the client and assess what they believe might have been changes and how to assist the client even further. And every year, we have a reassessment. Is when we go out there and assess the entire atmosphere, safety, ambulatory equipment usage, medications, emergency response services, just assess the whole situation, the health conditions diagnosis of the client. If they have changed severely, how we could assist to keep them further from being institutionalized.
Right. You know, I noticed in the piece that we saw with Miss Antoine that she actually had a hoist to help move her mother around. Now, how would you even know that such a thing exists?
Well, that's why we're here for it.
Right.
You know, we work really close with their primary doctors and their physicians in order to come up and fulfill their care plan needs. Our nurses and our social workers are very well trained to be able to identify any medical needs, any safety needs, or anything that they need basically to make sure that they're independent and living at home with dignity. And that includes working with their primary physician and getting the prescriptions needed to install these safety devices or hoisters in their house.
Well, a lot of people aren't aware that you actually do need a prescription to get things like a wheelchair or whatever. But that the hoist, I was just thinking the many times that it's physical. You pick this person up to move them into the shower because you don't.
We do help with that.
Well, and
we do help
that's
with all
important.
the process, even to get a prescription from the doctor. Our care managers will contact the doctor and say, we realize that so-and-so needs a Hoyer lift or to assist them, or needs a cane, or whatever the needs might be. And our care managers do make contacts with the doctor's offices to get a prescription. And we do have vendors who we send the prescription out to, and immediately they know the process and how company works. We'll send out the needed items to the client.
Right. I know I have seen too often where the husband ends up trying to take care of his wife and he's not very good at it.
Right.
And needs a lot of counseling to come to understand this is not a failing. You are not failing your wife in your marital vows. This is a hard job for anyone.
It absolutely is, and we provide counseling and education on how to be a proper caregiver. And we work closely with the City of Los Angeles and their family caregiver outreach support groups, and ask the expert events through our family care partnership program, also at Partners in Care, that would help all caregivers be educated and provide them the knowledge and support that they need.
Right. Now, it's very important. If this has piqued your interest, we're going to again put the telephone numbers up for you to be able to call Partners in Care Foundation, so you'll have a point of contact. This is it's a challenge, and we read them off again for you. Area code 818-837-3775 or 213-738-8320. And the website is www.picf.org. And of course, you can call the Department of Aging and we'll get you this contact information. So, Esther, do you think that the population of growing numbers of seniors is going to get used to calling on you and other providers? Do you think it's going to be part of their new reality?
Oh, I think so, especially with the baby boomers retiring.
Yes.
They're used to, more of them are used to living at home and living independently, I should say, than living at home.
Yeah.
And they are going to get used to being on their own more than the current generation. And they are going to rely on little programs like ours to assist them with whatever needs they may have.
Anna, that's interesting. Is there an educational outreach for the people who are potential clients? Are you actively telling people, look, we exist and you're going to need us one day?
At Partners in Care Foundation, we have various in-services that we do through the City of Los Angeles community to make sure that they're aware of the services that we provide, whether it be caregiver services, multi-purpose senior service programs, adult day programs.
I wish we had more time, but that's all the time we have for today's edition of Aging in LA. I want to give special thanks to our guests from Partners in Care Foundation, Esther M. Safelian and Anwar Zoehed. Thanks to both of you for joining us today. Thank you, bet. Now, it's time for today's Senior Stat Shot. Did you know that more than 10 million older adults require assistance with daily living activities, such as eating, dressing, and personal care? 1/3 of older adult Americans rely on Social Security as their main source of income. Simple home modifications, such as adding grab bars and handrails, could help many seniors avoid moving from their home. 96% of seniors wish to remain independent in their own homes instead of moving in with family members. Increased provision of in-home services to assist independence in the home is causing an increased vacancy rate of up to 30% at some assisted living and nursing home facilities. 15% of late mortgage payments in the older adult population are due to increased medical costs. And services to assist older adults to remain at home include home health care, homemaking services, nutrition programs, home safety and repair services, which are available through the Department of Aging. Call 1-800-510-2020 for details. That's 1-800-510-2020 for details. And that's today's Senior Stat Shot. The Department of Aging produces this program with CityView, Channel 35, so that seniors living in Los Angeles and surrounding communities are well informed on the many issues that face them in everyday life. And also to let you know of the many services that the Department of Aging offers our senior citizens. Now, we'd like to hear from you with comments on the program, what you like, what you think can be improved, and hear your ideas for future programs. So please give us a call. Number's right there on your screen, area code 213-252-4088. That's 213-252-4088. Call us with your comments and ideas. We look forward to hearing from you. I'm Paul Peterson for the Los Angeles Department of Aging, the people here at CityView Channel 35, and all of our guests on Aging in LA. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you the next time.
I'll be home in a minute.
Well, the party's just getting started, so hurry home, honey.
Talk to you later.
Yes, good job.
Slow down. Your family is waiting for you. Watch the road.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Good morning, Los Angeles, and a very happy new year. And welcome to the Los Angeles City Council meeting for Tuesday, January 4th, 2011. We're in the John Farrell Council Chambers, room 340 of City Hall. We meet here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. And we go the first Friday of every other month to Van Nuys City Hall. I want to thank those members of the public who have taken time out of their day to be here, as well as members of our city staff and other guests. Being here in person is one of 5 ways you can follow these city council meetings. You can also go to our remote facilities in San Pedro and Van Nuys City Hall, if that's closer to your homes, and follow the council meetings and testify remotely from those locations. You also can watch on the city's cable system on Channel 35, which broadcasts these meetings live and rebroadcasts them in the evening. Through the internet at our city's homepage at lacity.org, we have live streaming webcasts of these council meetings, and we archive all of our past council meetings. And finally, using your telephone by calling 213-621-CITY, that's 213-621-CITY, you can listen into the council meeting and any of our committee meetings as well. Our agendas are made available 72 hours in advance, 24 hours in advance for our special meeting items. Those are posted in city buildings as well as available at the city clerk's office and online at lacity.org. There's also links on our city's homepage to departments, to city services, and various ways to improve the quality of your life here in Los Angeles, as well as our calendar for all of our committees and the full council meetings as well. Furthermore, online, when you go to the agenda, you can click on any of the items and read the supporting materials that council members receive. So you can read our city reports and departmental correspondences about each of the items of interest to you. I want to thank those council members who are here on time for the new year. Council members Huizar and Labange, Reyes and Rosendahl, and Mr. Zine. We are awaiting a quorum, which is 10 members of our 15-member body, and as soon as we have those two-thirds, we will be able to begin the meeting. We're still, Mr. Parks is excused today, but otherwise we're expecting all other members in, so we're waiting Mr. Alarcon and Mr. Cardenas. Ms. Hahn is here. Thank you, Ms. Hahn. So Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Kretz, and Mr. Krikorian, Ms. Perry, and Mr. Wesson. So as soon as we have 2 more members, we will begin the meeting, and thank you for your patience while we wait those late council members, and we will begin shortly. Thank you. We have our 10 members. Mr. Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Mr. Wesson?
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Huizar, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. Again, a very happy New Year, members, and welcome back. It's good to be back in chambers. If we can please go to the first order of business.
That would be approval of the minutes.
All right. Mr. Zine moves and Mr. Smith seconds. Without objection, those minutes will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
All right, Mr. Labange moves and Ms. Hahn seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well. And since it's a Tuesday, I think it's time for a salute to the flag. If I can please ask everybody in council chambers to rise for our Pledge of Allegiance. And Mr. Wesson, would you be kind enough to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning? Mr. Wesson.
Your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wesson, and we can turn to the agenda. Colleagues, we're going to run through today's agenda. If we can direct your attention to items you'd like to call special. First items, please.
Mr. President, item 1 is an item notice for public hearing.
Okay. We do not have any cards on item 1, so we'll close the public hearing.
It is an ordinance, sir.
Okay. We have Mr. Cardenas here. We're waiting one more council member to have 12 council members for first reading of an ordinance. So while we wait Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Kretz, and Mr. Krikorian, we'll hold that on the table. Next items, please.
Items 2 through 9 are items for which public hearings have been held. On item 8, new substituted committee reports have been circulated, and a motion is required.
Okay. Anybody wishing to move either of the reports on 8? On item 8, were the reports from Mr. Clerk? They're from the TCT committee?
One is from TCT and the other is from Jobs, sir.
Okay. Okay. Let's hold that on the table while we figure that out. Okay. We do have 12 members here now, so let's go ahead and take up item number 1. If we can open the roll on that ordinance, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
Okay. Wait.
Oh, we just got a card, so let's hold that. We'll keep that special for the card from the public. We'll go back to items 2 through 9. Ms. Hahn?
7 special.
Okay, Ms. Hahn calls 7 special.
Thank you.
And let's hold 8 on the table, too, until Mr. Koretz is here. Mr. Krikorian is here, if we can put him on the queue as well. Other specials, 2 through 9? If there are no other specials, colleagues, if we can take up the balance, please. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, that is approved. Next items, please.
Mr. President, items 10 through 26 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay.
There has been a request to send items 10, 11, and 12 forthwith, sir.
Okay, we'll send those forthwith if they pass. Let's go ahead and see which cards we have on those, if we can run through cards from the public.
I wasn't clear on the throat to get your attention.
Items 10 and 14, sir.
10 and 14 we'll call special for cards from the public. Is this for the earlier items, Ms. Hahn? We'll come right back.
15.
15, okay. And we'll close the other ones' public hearings. Other specials, colleagues, 10 through 26. If there are no other specials, let's take the balance up then. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. 11 and 12 will send forthwith without objection. 25 forthwith as well without objection. And 10, 10 we are holding for cards. Next item, please.
Mr. President, item 27 is an item scheduled for closed session. Would you like to hold it on the desk?
Yes. Mr. Reyes, did you want to hold 27 on the desk? Or okay, we'll hold that on the desk as well for closed session. And let's go ahead now to our general public comment. This is for items that are not on today's agenda, but nevertheless under the jurisdiction of the council. And Donna Perriman will kick off the new year from Van Nuys. A very good new year to you, Ms. Perriman.
Yeah. Good morning, and good year to you, too. Anyway, Marion Folger wanted to come today, but she's not feeling well, especially not feeling well from what the city council is doing. I used to think that when you were on recess, we got a break from your expensive agenda. Now I know better. You have a lot of power in the city hall. The city employees will get kicked in the butt. They'll find out about how little power they have, the unions, how little power they have when it comes over the city council and the CRA. There's no way to control the city council. City council and our CRA have immense power, very powerful. Prop 22 should be considered unconstitutional. CRA shouldn't take money from the state. CRA will take the money from the transportation. When the highways fall apart, public will wake up. CRA will hurt the schools, first taking money needed for schools, making schools leave, LAUSD. The CRA wants that property. That's why they were doing this. They want any property they can get. Prop 22 will make the state fold. Governor Brown's hands are tied. The CRA shouldn't be that powerful. How dare the money from the CRA be considered sacred for all their central city services and for all these employees that work hard? If the Councilman Garcia Perry want to become mayor, you must change your ways. You must be doing things for the middle class, help out the middle class be able to make it, because now you're seeing a lot of homes being foreclosed, and a lot of prices are going up, yet the cost of living is not going along with it. They say that the cost of living is not going up. I don't know what area you live in, because you must not be here down on earth. So we need to get rid of the CRA and take our city and state back. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Our next speaker is here in council chambers. It's Richard Robinson, and he'll be followed by Dr. Clyde Williams. Is Mr. Robinson here? If not, Dr. Williams, if you'd like to come forward. After that will be John Walsh. Happy New Year. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Tomorrow you're going to have an item called number 11. Department of Public Works wants to assess some fees. However, some of the fees are going to be assessed against lots that are within the fire department's jurisdiction, for brush clearance, for weed clearance, for cleaning lots, clearing lots. We don't quite figure out what the relationship is between these two. We do know, however, that because of the brush fire season, which will be significant this year because of the good rains that we've been having, we'll have to redeploy their limited resources, and even further limited resources as of today, to the brush areas, which are generally more expensive than those where they would normally be protecting structures and people. So what we're concerned about is that with all of the cost problems, with all of the position problems, why can't the DWP, DPW, and the fire department get their act together and clear lots. We have limited resources. Communities are willing to support if we know what's going on. But like last year, we may get a notice in April regarding $13, and everybody will pay it, but without an invoice, the fire department can't file it. So it's a real messed up situation. And tomorrow it's going to be further messed up because last year was the same as the fire department's problems with clearance. So can't they get their acts together and reduce the number of people that they have to use for brush versus structures? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Mr. Walsh, actually, Mr. Robinson returned. If he can just go just before you, and then we'll go to you. Go ahead, then, Mr. Walsh, and then we'll take Mr. Robinson afterwards.
He's been coming here about 15 years. I've been coming here about 20 years.
All right.
But not every meeting. Not every meeting. Okay, HollywoodHighlands.org. Last year, 1 million successful survey requests on 15 posts. Hollywood Highlands, there's an S in there. Okay, let's start with Governor Trims Nunez's term. What it doesn't tell you is that Mary Elena Durazo and the mayor of this city were the ones that pressured Schwarzenegger to cut the term. Hey, let's realize the knife that went in was a white man. A white man stabbed a Mexican American, and the white man is now getting a term. He's getting his term cut. Not just Nunez, who was there, but the white man. And I want every minority to understand that when a white man kills you, he gets less of a term. When you kill a white man, they throw the book at you. That's racism, and that's the city. Now let's go back to Mr. Zine. Businessman blasts new policy. You see, Mr. Zine? Now I want to tell this person who disrupted his press conference. Hire a lobbyist, have the lobbyist have sex with Mr. Zine, and you'll get whatever you want.
Sir, if you
Things are so bad at this Hey, all I'm doing is repeating what's in the LA Times. If you want to have me arrested, a lobbyist had sex with Mr. Zine. That was in the LA Times.
Those comments are...
When you register lobbyists from now on, have an AIDS test.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Robinson is our next speaker. No, sir, I asked you because those are comments of a personal nature. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Your time is up. Mr. Robinson is our next speaker. I will let you continue to speak. We have another card. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. And after that will be Sarah Armstrong. If you can please sit down. Sir, if you're going to be disruptive to this, we'll have to ask you to leave. Thank you. Richard Robinson is our next speaker. And after that is Sarah Armstrong. And a very happy New Year.
I think it was Benito Mussolini who was the last fascist hung upside down in Italy there. But I'd like to correct Mr. Walsh a little bit here. I arrived in Los Angeles when Sam Yorty was the mayor. Mr. Bradley was sitting around the horseshoe here. Mr. President, members, homeless people are not the problem. The problem is homelessness. Because this economy is a wartime economy, monies to provide food and shelter for homeless people are not available. As we turn over the security of Afghanistan and Iraq to those people, we then turn our attention to providing monies for our people. The peace economy is coming. One need to turn his attention to, or hers. One need turn her or his attention to the success of our president, his economic plan, his Wall Street plan, his health plan. Since October, the Dow Jones stock averages has risen to only 300 short of 11,700. This year, it will hit 12,000. Now, money's coming to renovate, with your help, the $1 Million Hotel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for correcting the record about how long you've been here. Sarah Armstrong is our next speaker. After Ms. Armstrong will be Frank Sheftel and Van Nuys. Good morning and Happy New Year.
Good morning. Happy New Year to you. Sarah Armstrong, founding member of the working group. I come before you today to ask in this new year, such a hopeful time always, that we take a step back from draconian last-ditch moves such as outright bans and other things in favor of reasoned negotiations with those who have always partnered with you and are anxious to continue partnering with you. One of the most disturbing signs that we're kind of ready to hit a wall is that you're considering things you've never considered before. And I would ask you, please, the working group as well as the pre-ICO stand ready to partner with you as we always have to provide information and guidance and to work with you to provide reasoned solutions to the problems that have come to us. Sitting in the audience today are some very sick people, Richard Kearns, Jamie Green. I would ask you to focus on their needs and not the easy solutions. We stand with you as we always have, and we hope with all our hearts that the sacrifices that we have made both economically, emotionally, and in other ways will be recognized by the council as we go forward together to find a reasoned solution to the situations involving medical marijuana in our city. I am ready to speak with anyone, including the city attorney's office, and I believe my colleagues are as well. Please use our expertise and our willingness to work with you rather than engaging in draconian bans which only further polarize us and force us to do things we would never want to do, such as engage in lawsuits or other activities that are contrary to all of our interests. I want to thank the council and particularly our great friends on the council for bearing with us, and if we can just go a little bit longer and try a little bit harder, I think we could get this done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Armstrong. Frank Sheftel is our next speaker in Van Nuys, and then William Leahy will be next here in Chambers. Good morning, Mr. Sheftel.
Good morning. Happy New Year to everybody. It's great to be back, and we hope that this year's going to be even better for our city. We've got a lot of challenges ahead. I strongly agree with Ms. Armstrong and everything she said. I think that we really need to take a hard look at everything and all the hard work that we've done and then not just throw it away because some people think that we can't deal with it. You know, this is an election year. We've got a lot of council seats that are up for re-election, and there's a lot of hard campaigning going on right now, and some of the incumbents that are in there ought to take a real hard look at the situation and realize that they need to provide the constituent services that they promised. And they also need to take a hard look and understand that the city is in a crisis situation, and like our country, you know, the shift is towards, you know, fresh, new blood in the chambers to bring a new perspective. The old ways don't seem to be working, you know. I didn't have a chance to come down and speak about the ban that was recently enacted for the fast food restaurants. You know, people have a right to eat wherever you want. I go down Lancashire and there's a Burger King, there's a Del Taco, there's a McDonald's, there's, you know, a Yoshinira. I mean, that's commerce, it's business. It creates jobs. Nobody's forcing anybody to go in and buy a hamburger, okay? But we have a right to do that. That's called commerce. That's called business. And once again, we've sent out a message to, you know, every business that would think about coming to Los Angeles that we're not business friendly. When you start banning fast food restaurants because you're concerned about health situations, let people make, you know, decisions on their own. It's the same thing with what you're considering with the medical marijuana. I'm a patient. I've been a patient for many years. I've run a collective and, you know, been a pre-ICO. And I'm concerned that again, you're just going to, you know, ban it because you can't responsibly deal with it. A lot of hard work and effort has gone into this. Let's continue and see the process through. Happy New Year, everybody.
Thank you very much. William Leahy is our next speaker here in Chambers. Rick Nightingale and Van Nuys will follow Mr. Leahy. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, and Happy New Year to the council.
I'm here this morning to talk about the potential ban that you're going to be voting on later this week. We've been 5 years coming down this road, and to really come to the point of where it's a ban, we're spending $1 billion a year trying to enforce in California the law enforcement. There's many jobs to be had. There's many businesses that are going on. There are legal, honest people trying to do that. We want to work with the city. The city needs to work with us as well. It's not going to go away. If you ban us, the patients are only going to be forced to find it somewhere else, which then you'll be enhancing the black market. We need to control where it comes from. We need to control the growing. We need to control a lot of things, but banning it is really not the answer. If it was, I would back you people 100%, but we need to take advantage. It's a brand new year. Please, let's wash the slate. Let's try to make it something that we can be proud of and we can lead the rest of the nation instead of seeing Arizona and other states coming up and New Mexico coming up with different programs that are better than ours. We're better than them. This city's better than them. And this council is better than them. And I ask you, please, let's work together this year. Let's make it a year of progress and a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Rick Nightingale will be our next speaker in Van Nuys. After that's Richard Kearns back in Chambers. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, Rick Nightingale. I cannot believe that you turn around past this situation regarding we're going to get 98 jobs worth $2 billion. You turn around and want 30% be from L.A. That's great. I completely agree with that. But then you turn around and you want 10% of them to be unskilled or unemployed people. Okay? But now you're asking to turn around, what are you going to do about the unions? I mean, unions are in your back pocket, but then you want some apprentices. Great. You want another 20% be apprentices. That's 30% of unskilled labor that you want to put to work. Who do you think is going to train these people? Okay, so now you're going to have to take another 30% or at least 20% to turn around and be with these people, to turn around and train these people. So then you turn around, we'll say that's 50 to 60%, and you got the rest 50 or 40% that's going to be doing the work. Well, how do you think, I was a general contractor, how do you think you're going to bid this job when you got that much labor that you can't depend on to go do the job by themselves? You're going to turn around and add a minimum of 20 to 30% on that bill to turn around to get the job done. It's just unbelievable that you do this. It's just insane that obviously you do not know what the workforce does. You've never really had a job, we'll say a manual job in construction that has to be done. There has to be changes. You people need to be replaced. All of you need to be replaced. To somebody that's been in the real world and has worked with their hands or whatever and has been starving for $1, because you people don't know what it's all about. I'll tell you, you people need to be replaced. Thank you.
Thank you, and Happy New Year to you, sir. Richard Kearns is our next speaker here in Council Chambers.
Good morning and a Happy New Year, President Garcetti, distinguished council members. My name is Richard Kearns. I am a 59-year-old gay man living in Los Angeles with AIDS for more than 25 years now. I'm an AIDS activist and long-term survivor, a medical cannabis patient and advocate, a poet and journalist. I want to read this to you from David Mixner's blog on the internet. The LGBT community must acknowledge that this generation of LGBT baby boomers is getting old in a time with few services to meet their needs as LGBT seniors. Often they are living in smaller and smaller units, scraping by with little food, limited access to health care, and almost no living facilities to share with other senior LGBT citizens. The few gay men that are still alive after the AIDS onslaught have few or no peers to share their senior years, since the disease has wiped out so many of their friends. Like it or not, what remains from the pandemic is an epidemic of loneliness among seniors. This becomes a serious problem. I live further and further away from my medical care so somebody else can make a profit. I'm dying, and I'm just going to go without a fanfare, without any help from the city, because we got other stuff to do. It's harder for me to get to my medicine, particularly the medical cannabis. I will be talking to you more about that later. But you need to pay attention to this stuff. Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. We appreciate your time. Nice to see you as well. Thank you for being here. That'll close our general public comment. We do have some special items that we'd like to turn to next. And I know we have some family members here for those items, so if we could take those up, Mr. Clerk.
That would bring us to special one. I believe the city attorney will speak to the findings.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the posting of today's agenda, the LAPD has asked council to offer a reward for information leading to the arrest of the suspect in a December 25th shooting death of Kashmir Jones in the 1700 block of West 85th Street.
Kashmir James, I think.
I'm sorry, James. West 85th Street at 10:20 p.m. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 5495 before considering the substantive motion.
Okay. Under our rules, we have to first vote on the urgency of the item under Rule 23. If there's nobody who wishes to be heard on that aspect, if we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is now before us, and I know Ms. Perry for Mr. Parks is going to speak, and we have the mother, Ms. Evans, here as well, and want to give you time to be heard. Ms. Perry, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time. On Saturday, December the 25th, 2010, at approximately 10:20 p.m., Kashmir James, a young African-American woman, 25 years of age, was visiting a friend on the 1700 block of West 85th Street. As she stood outside her car, the suspect or suspects fired several shots in her direction. She was struck by gunfire and passed away at the scene. I do this today on behalf of Councilmember Parks, and I know that he hopes, and I do too, that the monetary reward of $50,000 may motivate witnesses to come forward and identify the individuals responsible for this heinous crime. If anyone has information that could help the police department solve this case, please contact Detective Douglas Pierce at Criminal Gang Homicide Division at 213-485-1383. And I would like to introduce and recognize her mother, Miss Evans.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Thank you guys for having me. You know, my daughter, Kashmir Sheree James, her life was taken away on Christmas Day. It was a senseless, violent crime to die. The gunman fired 9 times, not caring that she was innocent and that she had her 3-year-old baby in the car. She died. My daughter laid in the street and died. A death that I never ever thought would ever occur. As a parent, we look for our children to bury us, not to bury our children. You know, she was just beginning her life at 25. She was a mother, a God-fearing woman that had just became a nurse. Everyone is asking me why it happened. I can't tell you why. You know, we're supposed to be able to drive and stop and go anywhere in this community and not be gunned down and not be afraid. We need to stop allowing our streets to be taken over by these people that want to claim the streets by a color or a name. There's no way that my daughter Kashmir should not be here today, getting her daughter ready for school this morning or praying with her daughter at night. My granddaughter should not have to grow up without her mother. My granddaughter should not have been there to see her mother gown. My granddaughter should not have been allowed to see her mother gunned down in cold blood by heartless criminals that are out killing people over color and a name for the street that they have not worked for, let alone own. These senseless killings need to stop. Someone out there knows the entire story to this senseless crime, and I'm asking that they please come forward and stop and think of it as not being a snitch in the community. It's not snitching to tell what happened. You're just as guilty as the gunman if you allow them to stay on the street and get away with this senseless murder. A rape of Kashmir. They will not stop until they kill again. As a community, we have to stop these killings. If you have any type of heart or conscience, stop and think of it as not being my daughter Kashmir, but think of it as being your sister, your mother, your aunt, your brother, or your cousin. You know, there's no such thing as a code of silence on the street when there's a killing that occurs to a family. I'm reaching out to every household that is watching, every gang member that is sitting in front of the TV, or radio, or around friends that have heard about this senseless tragedy. I know that you guys out there have a heart. You are not as cold as hearted as people think you are, would think you are to be. Some of you even go to church. So I'm praying that God touches your heart when you lay down at night, when you wake up in the morning, or when you're eating or drinking, and that He leads you to do the right thing. My daughter, my baby girl, did not deserve to die on the street the way that she did. Please, young men and women, young and old, please come forward. Please give justice to this 3-year-old daughter, my granddaughter, that will never be able to see her mother again.
And again, the number to contact is 213-485-1383, Detective Douglas Pierce, Criminal Gang Homicide Division.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perry, and thank you, Ms. Evans, for being here. We're so deeply sorry for your loss, and thank you to the members of the media who are here as well to help get that message out. And we will vote on this as swiftly as possible. No other members who wish to be heard? Madam Clerk, if you please open the roll on this reward motion, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. We'll send that forthwith to the mayor right away for a signature, and we'll get that reward out on the street immediately.
Excuse me, it was 14 ayes.
Sorry, thank you for that correction. If we can take up special item 2 now, Mr. Clerk. Oh, yeah, sorry, Ms. Perry, on this item still, you'd like to say something else?
Ms. Evans wanted me to announce the creation of the Kashmir James Foundation, Mothers Against Gang Violence, and there's a trust account set up at Chase Bank, and will go for the care of her daughter, who's a minor, so I'm not going to say her name, but she wanted me to say that she appreciates everyone's prayers and support.
Thank you, and we'll get that information out, Ms. Evans. Thank you very much. If we can go to item number 2, we have 2 other specials, or 3 maybe. We have 2 others, I believe, special items for rewards as well. Yeah, if we can, why don't we combine those 2, Mr. City Attorney, on the findings under Rule 23?
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the posting of today's agenda, the LAPD has requested the council offer rewards for information leading to arrests in 2 separate incidents. The November 30th shooting death of Jesus Vasquez in the 4300 block of Arlington Avenue at 4:20 a.m., and the December 29th shooting death of Taburi Watson while riding his bicycle in the 8700 block of St. Andrew's Place at 7:20 p.m. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering these substantive motions.
Okay, for the findings, if we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, that the findings are made on that. Anybody wishes to be heard on this? If not, we'll get these out. Ms. Perry, did you want to speak on the other ones for Mr. Parks, or we're just going to vote on those? We'll just vote on them? Okay. Please open the roll on both items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
And those reward motions will move forward forthwith as well to the mayor. Thank you very much. And thank you again, Ms. Evans. If we can go to the items called special today on the agenda.
Mr. President, that brings us back to item number 1 called special for cards.
Okay. Item number 1, we'll take the public card on this. John Walsh, if you'd like to come forward on item number 1.
John Walsh, blogging at Hollywood Highlands, HIGHLANDS.org. Email us at hollywooddems, DEMS, @gmail.com. This is very, very important. Fiscal impact of the statement says neither the CAO nor the chief legislative analyst has completed a financial analysis of this report. So why should we in any way vote for it? I love you up here. I don't love you in a sexual way. You do that with our lobbyists. But in honor of you, City Council, I have a
So
City
there'll be a last
Council
warning
tie.
on personal comments, also of a lewd nature.
Personal comments, when I call a fascist, that's a political comment. HollywoodHighlands.org. Welcome to the fascism.
Thank you, and you can certainly use the word fascist. That is not considered lewd. We will protect your right to do that. Please open... sorry, Ms. Perry, did you want to be heard on this? I think she wasn't at the desk, so let's go ahead and vote on item 1, please. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
That brings us to item number 7, called special for Councilmember Hahn.
Okay. Ms. Hahn, we have item 7 before us.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to, on this item, colleagues, bring the Executive Director of Los Angeles World Airports, Gina Marie Lindsay, to the table to address us on this issue. Colleagues, if you remember, before the holiday recess, we actually heard this in the City Council, but it was the will of this body to hold off for a couple weeks because many of you had questions, you had concerns. In our Trade, Commerce, and Tourism Committee, we held this item in committee. We asked some tough questions of the staff, but clearly when it came to full council, there was a lot of you that were not satisfied yet and willing to agree to this contract. By the way, this is close to a little over $300 million contract. It's replacing the central utility plant. It's part of our LAX modernization plan. But anytime you award a contract, as you've seen so far, we have a fiduciary responsibility on the City Council to make sure that we are making the proper awards. We want to make sure the process is transparent, it's clean, it's without without any kind of a cloud over it, which is why we scrutinize it here. And I'm sure you're going to hear from the Council this morning on some of their concerns. Basically, Gina Marie, I'd like for you to at least basically start out today by kind of answering a couple of questions which I'll frame. One is, can you defend the process which ultimately awarded this contract to Clark McCarthy? Tell us a little bit about the process. Can you sit here today and tell us that it was a good process, it was a clean process, it was a transparent process? There's going to be some questions and concerns about your previous job in Seattle and whether or not you worked with this contractor and did that weigh in the ultimate awarding of this contract. The other thing is what I think concerned some of us was the information that came to us that there was another bidder that ultimately, if they had made it through the process, apparently was willing to bid $30 million less than the final awardee. And so that's a big number to us. It's probably a big number to you. And we want to know sort of why didn't you award it to the lowest bidder? Was that considered? And tell us maybe why that bidder did not win the final contract. So a couple of things. Defend the process. I can't defend the process because I wasn't there. I wasn't a part of that. We certainly we look it over, we scrutinize it, but I want you to defend it. I want you to tell us why we should today on the City Council approve this contract. And then you might also touch on what if this council today is not satisfied with your answers? What if this council wants to start over, redo it, reissue the RFP? What does that mean in terms of our timeline for the LAX master plan? Because we want to have all the information today so that with eyes wide open, we can make a decision whether or not we approve this contract today or whether or not we feel there's still some things that we're not convinced about and we want to start over. So why don't you kind of look at those three questions and start out that, and I'm sure some of my colleagues are going to have more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hahn. Good morning, everybody. Happy New Year. Delighted to be here to talk a little bit about the project and then certainly the process, because the project cannot be completely divorced from the process that was used to select the best contractor. You all know that LAX is in the middle of a major building program. We are complete with the South Airfield project, and we are also complete with the Tom Bradley International Terminal renovation project. We are in the ground with the Bradley West project, and actually now we are out of the ground. As we speak, the structural steel is changing the skyline. A little less sexy but vitally important is the infrastructure that actually feeds these projects. The central utility plant replacement is an absolutely critical project because the plant heats and cools all of the buildings at LAX. It is 49 years old. It's performed magnificently for each one of those years, and it's continuing to perform well, but frankly that's because of miraculous work by the staff that frankly fabricates parts when they break because they are not manufactured anymore. The existing central utility plant would need to be replaced even if there were not a building program going on at LAX, but it is absolutely critical because there is no, with the Bradley West project, there's not enough capacity in the existing central utility plant to heat and air condition all of the existing buildings as well as the new 1 million square feet that will result from the Bradley West project. You all have given us an unrelenting deadline of having Bradley West open December of 2012. We are on schedule still and will remain on schedule hopefully absent unforeseen surprises and absent more rain, which definitely does affect things. Now, while we believe we can technically open the Bradley West terminal without the new central utility plant, it will be very costly to provide temporary cooling and heating if we don't get the CUP on in time. It's pretty complicated to build a new utility plant in the middle of the world's largest origin destination airport, frankly, right in the middle of the central terminal area. There are 18 miles of pipes that connect to the central utility plant. 5 miles of that piping is actually involved in this project. It's pretty complicated under under normal situations, but we're going to be abnormal for the next couple of years because there's a lot of other construction that's also going on in the central utility plant. So to meet the challenges of those elements of our reality, LAX recommended and you approved our use of a design-build methodology to solicit the best contractor to do this work. Here's the process. LAX identified the necessary performance characteristics of the central utility plant. Instead of the design details, we said, look, this is the way we need to have this central utility plant perform. We solicited proposals from qualified proposers. They put forth their design concepts that were intended to meet the performance criteria that we had specified. They were also tasked with identifying how they were going to minimize the disruption of doing all of this construction in the middle of a terminal area that services 58 million passengers every year. They went through a rigorous 2-stage process. Their proposals were evaluated, they were critiqued, and then they were evaluated again. Only those proposed designs that met LAWA's performance criteria were asked to submit a bid. There were 4 contractors that started the process. There were only 2 contractors that met the performance criteria and were asked to submit a bid. That winning bid was submitted by Clark McCarthy. Clark McCarthy, by the way, to address one of your questions, Councilwoman Hahn, is a Clark. The Clark part of the Clark-McCarthy joint venture is a contractor that also did work in Seattle, one of the other airports I ran. I don't think they did work in Anchorage. However, just to be completely clear about things, one of the other bidders is also a contractor that did work in Seattle and did work in Anchorage. Several other contractors that are currently doing work on LAX have done work in Seattle and Anchorage. It's not a prerequisite that they not have done work at any other airport with which I have been employed. The new central utility plant will have the capacity to heat and air condition every terminal building in the central terminal area, including the new Bradley West. It includes a thermal storage reservoir and an 8-megawatt cogeneration system. Both of those capabilities will reduce the peak demand for energy from the LAX operation. It uses refrigerants that meet the Montreal protocols, which will reduce the City of LA's contribution toward global, it will increase our contribution toward remediating global climate change, and it will reduce our contribution to losing the ozone layer. And it will do all of this with 60% greater energy efficiency than the existing central utility plant. Now, both the two contractors that were asked to submit a bid, Clark-McCarthy and Burns McDonald Turner, submitted qualified, good engineering proposals that met our performance criteria. However, Clark-McCarthy's bid was $18 million less than the Burns McDonald Turner bid, which is why we are recommending the award of the contract to Clark-McCarthy. Tutor Perini's role in this is that, quite simply, they did not submit a proposal that met the performance criteria that LAWA had asked for. As a result, they were not invited to bid. So contrary to, I think, some of the things that you have heard, there was no sealed submitted bid by Tutor Perini that we ever received because we never asked for one. They protested. When we examined the protest, we discovered something more troublesome than the fact that they did not meet our performance criteria. What we discovered was that we had identified, specified weather data criteria so that every proposer was to use the same assumptions as to ambient temperatures, so that when we were comparing the design proposals, we were comparing like for like. We had identified an ambient temperature for the winter and an ambient temperature for the summer. We found that the Tutor Perini team replaced that common data set with different assumptions. A warmer ambient temperature for the winter and a cooler ambient temperature for the summer. Now, this would be more advantageous to the Tutor Perini proposal because it would appear that their design would be able to operate at a greater efficiency than the other proposers who were assuming the data criteria that we had given them. Faced with this very troubling information, LAWA had a duty to initiate an investigation under the department's Contractor Responsibility Program. That program is a mechanism that is intended to ensure the efficacy and integrity of the selection process. It's designed to protect that integrity by determining the fitness, capacity, quality, and trustworthiness of a contractor. When Tutor Perini was asked to explain the use of the alternate weather data, they responded with multiple and contradictory sets of information, and they demanded a hearing, which we agreed to hold. Before that hearing took place, Tutor Perini elected to withdraw both its protest and its proposal. We agreed, and therefore there was no need to have the hearing. We canceled the responsibility hearing. I think I've addressed the questions to the best of my ability. Have I left anything out?
What if we send it back?
Pardon me? If you send it back, here's what I would recommend to the Board of Airport Commissioners, because if you send it back, then I need to go to the Board of Airport Commissioners and suggest what to do next. It would depend to some degree on why you are sending it back. But we had two qualified proposals If there is some reason that the Clark-McCarthy proposal is not acceptable to the City Council, then I would very likely back up and punt and say, okay, we had another qualified proposal, let's take that proposal and recommend that to the Board of Airport Commissioners. If they approved, despite the fact that it's $18 million more, we would likely bring that forward.
So not a lot of lost time.
Not a lot of lost time if the Board of Airport Commissioners and the Council is content to go with the number 2 bidder.
What if we wanted to start the whole process over?
We are really in a significant schedule problem. We would likely be talking tens of millions of dollars to try to provide temporary heating and cooling for the Bradley West project if we were to continue to stay on schedule and try to open that the end of 2012.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes is our next speaker, and then Ms. Perry, and then Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you, Council President. What is a priority for me is the environment we're in. The environment of uncertainty in how this process unfolded. So I appreciate your explanation. In your explanation, you answered some of the questions I had. When we look at this notion of a bridging design, can you just explain why was that a priority, or why was that a favored design, when in the process you open up the bidding process and the assertion is you want a design that's going to be least costly and that meets your criteria? So I want to understand, was there already a predetermined favorite scenario? If the bidders came in with different designs, how are we going to react to it? And based on a lot of this legal back and forth, it's very alarming to see how in the technical discussion, this give and take review, there's assertions that competing parties were looking at other documents that essentially offered observations to the staff. I mean, this is the kind of information that's out there. These are assertions being made.
Yes, there is a great deal out there, Councilman. I'm going to ask our expert, who is much more involved in this than I was, Roger Johnson, who is the Deputy Director for the Airports Development Program, to address those questions. I do want to address at least one of the things that you identified, which is, were there predetermined criteria? Absolutely. There were predetermined performance criteria that we were very clear about, because what we were looking for was the performance not only of the design and how they were going to build it today, but also the performance for the life cycle of this, which is really the heart and the arteries of the airport's 24/7 operation. So those were clear and they were predetermined.
So the bridging design, can you speak to that? I want to understand what that means, because I think that speaks to the influence, or at least the bias, if you will, of the process if someone didn't follow that particular favored scenario.
Let me speak to that, because I believe probably one of the motivations behind that is the fact that the Tudor Perini proposal, they came back with a proposal for a single building. Our bridging documents...
A proposal for what? I didn't hear that.
That the Tudor Perini proposal came back with a design proposal to build a single building, as opposed to what we had put in our bridging documents, which showed a separate central utility plant and an office building, maintenance building that were separate from the plant. The Tudor Perini proposal came back and they suggested a single building. So I believe that that's probably one of the questions that's out there, is were we predisposed to not approve a single building? And were we predisposed to not include any deviation from the bridging document? I can answer the second part of that very easily.
But let me interrupt you for a second.
Okay.
By having a single building, would it cost us $30 million less?
I don't know if it would or not, to be honest with you. The problem is the single building doesn't work.
That's our biggest problem. A single building does not meet our performance criteria. One of the biggest problems we had with the single building is because of the constraint on the site. What would happen is it would have required our operators to be trying to operate a new plant in a building that is still undergoing construction. And that would have been a very dangerous situation for both the operators as well as the contractors to be in. So we had looked at a number of scenarios when we developed the bridging documents, and part of the problem we have, again, is the constraint to the site, where the best solution to both give us a functional plant, an operating plant, and protect the health and safety of the workers as well as the contractors during construction, we needed those two buildings.
So my time is up, but and I'll press my button again.
Yeah.
But the notion of this technical discussion, were notes ever recorded? Do we record the give and take during that phase of the process?
We did not record the notes. We had a list of notes that we presented to each of the proposers independently. No proposer was given any of the notes from the other proposers. There were no opportunities for any individual proposer to look at the designs of the other proposals during this entire process. But the notes were given to the proposers. They were told exactly where we had concerns with their proposed design when they had submitted the preliminary design.
But were there minutes taken amongst your staff when you had these technical discussions?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question, sir.
Within your technical discussion phase, amongst your own staff, are minutes taken, are notes taken, like in terms of the integrity of the analysis on how these observations are made? How is that going to be proven?
There were notes, and each of the final evaluations were actually documented with the reasons for the scores written down. Those were documented. The reasons for the scores were documented and were written down. And in fact, as part of the discovery during the protest, all of those notes were given to Tutor Perini Corporation as well as the other bidders. So they received all that information.
See, colleagues, I don't have a horse in this. I'm not advocating for any one particular entity.
Right.
What I'm concerned about is the integrity of the process. Yeah. At a time when we are essentially hurting for every dime in this budget, right, to have a process like this unfold where there's an assertion that $30 million was forsaken because there was a favorite technical scenario that seemed to lean towards a certain candidate is troublesome.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
And I'm trying to flush that out as I go through my questions. I appreciate that.
If I could, Mr. Garcetti, sure, I'd like to finish one answer to the question.
Please, go ahead.
And one of the things I wanted to say is there was no predetermined solution. In fact, the Clark McCarthy proposal, they came back with an alternate to our bridging documents. We had included in our documents an underground thermal storage reservoir. They went out on a limb themselves and came back and suggested that they could save a lot of money and a lot of time by moving that storage reservoir above ground. They took a risk on that. We evaluated it, and we determined that that would work, that it would meet the performance criteria, and it could be done safely, and would in fact save money. So there was indeed opportunity for the proposers to express creativity and come back with alternative designs different than our bridging documents, if in fact those designs were demonstrated to meet the performance criteria and could be constructed safely.
And that's where the issue of the temperature comes up.
The issue of the temperature is a completely different issue, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Perry is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I also rise because I am concerned that when we vote, we cast our vote on the integrity of the process. And so I have a number of questions, and I'm probably going to have to press my button more than once, but we'll get through them. I wanted to drill down on this issue. I have three issues. The first one is, in the context of the process and the analysis that you have to do to reach a determination of how a company is determined to be non-responsive, what that process is, who makes that determination, who has the authority to make that determination, how it is applied, what are the ramifications of that in the greater marketplace, and what are appeal rights on either side with respect to that? And also, within the context of that, and I can ask this again if there's too many questions wrapped into one, is there a part of that process that pulls in one's competitor to either provide analysis or to provide information or insight that goes into making a determination as to whether a company should be deemed as non-responsive? But if you could start with, who decides whether a company should be deemed non-responsive?
Want me to take that? If I can, first, I believe, if I may, Councilmember Perry, that you're really referring to non-responsible as opposed to non-responsive.
I'm sorry, non-responsible, yes.
And I bring that up because those are legally two separate, completely separate terms.
And thank you for correcting me.
Yeah.
Yes.
The determination of non-responsibility, as Ms. Lindsay said in her opening remarks, every city department that does contracting has, per the city's admin code, a contractor non-responsibility process or program. Again, the purpose of that program is to ensure the integrity of the contracting process and to ensure that a contractor who is proposing on a project for the city has both the fitness, the capacity, the quality, and the trustworthiness to complete the project. Now, under Los Angeles, under the airport's process, which is modeled after the city's admin code, but is a little bit different, our process is solely contract specific. So if a contractor is found to be non-responsible, and I'll get into that in a minute, by the airport, the only remedy against that contractor is to preclude them from having anything to do with the specific contract that is the subject of the proposal.
And is there an appeal option to that determination?
The way the process works is we notify them of an investigation, we notify them of the questions that we have, and then we give them an opportunity to respond to the questions, and then we evaluate their responses, and then if necessary, we will initiate a hearing process.
So I'm going to have to press my button again, but the next question I would have is, so just so I understand, non-responsibility is determined first, and by whom?
All right, go ahead. I'll have John Tabatin from the City Attorney's Office.
Press my button.
The non-responsibility...
Talk into the mic.
The non-responsibility hearing is determined by the airport's procurement services.
I can't hear you.
After a hearing, the non-responsibility determination is made by procurement services after a hearing and finally reviewed by the Board of Airport Commissioners.
Okay, so I couldn't hear the beginning of that.
I'm sorry. The determination of non-responsibility would be subject to a hearing.
But who makes the initial decision to deem a company non-responsible?
There's a notice of intent to deem a party non-responsible. That's not a finding.
Who issues that?
Procurement services.
And who reviews the facts that would lead the procurement services to determine that a notice of intent for non-responsibility should be issued? Basically, who gives oversight to that so that they can go ahead and, pursue this notice of intent?
Well, procurement services...
Hold on one second. Sorry, then if I can ask you to press your button after that.
Okay.
Please go ahead and respond.
I'll press my button.
Thank you. Procurement services makes that determination. Our office oversaw the process.
Okay, your office of the city attorney.
Yes.
Okay, so then I'll press my button again, Mr. President.
Thank you.
And if you wouldn't mind staying there, so when I get back around, I'll ask you about that.
Mr. Cardenas is our next speaker.
Thank you very much. As Councilmember Reyes pointed out, I am agnostic as to who Perini, Clark, or ABC Company is. I want to focus on the process and was it a fair and appropriate process for us to let out a contract, especially a contract of this magnitude. But along the lines of what Ms. Perry was just asking, my question about the contractor responsibility investigation or the process, at what point in time and what triggered LAWA staff to commence that process in this particular bid with one of the contractors.
Tudor Perini protested the fact that they had not been asked to enter the final phase of the solicitation and procurement, that they were not asked to bid. In the process of investigating their protest, that is when we found the irregularities with the weather-climate data. Do you want to be more specific?
Part of the Tudor Perini protest was the fact that we had not fairly evaluated the information that they provided in their energy evaluation of their proposal. During the investigation of the protest, it actually came to light that, as Ms. Lindsay mentioned early on, that we had provided a weather data set for people to use in determining the energy usage of their proposal.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Go ahead.
Well, we found that they had used a weather data set that was different than the one that they were required to use.
Got it. So they were proposing something on an erroneous information, but they apparently had pulled that information on their own. They were not provided that information by LAWA?
That's correct. They were not.
Okay, so how often has LAWA engaged in a contractor responsibility investigation in the past 12 months, in the past 3 years, in the past 5 years? How common is this with LAWA for you to go as far as saying we're going to have a contractor responsibility investigation and hearings?
In the past 12 months, I believe there were 2 others besides the one that we're talking about here. In the past 3 years or 5 years, I don't have that data. Do you happen to know?
I am not sure. Okay, now what occurred generically in those 2 other investigations? Were they dropped like this one, or were they actually followed through to the end?
Do you know the status?
The other 2 were resolved before hearing.
So they were resolved before hearing?
Yes.
Now, this contractor responsibility investigations, when it's occurring on a contractor, is this the kind of thing that they would perhaps have to disclose if they were going ahead and bidding at airports around the country or what have you? Is this the kind of thing that they would have to disclose, or is this the kind of thing that just literally stays here? For example, if somebody were involved in a contractor responsibility hearing in Houston at their airport and that they happen to be bidding at LAX, would we expect them? Would it be commonplace for us to expect that they're going to note that, or would we ask that in any tertiary fashion for that to be disclosed?
We wouldn't expect the investigation to be disclosed. A determination of non-responsibility would be disclosed, but not until it's been determined after a hearing.
We may need to make the distinction between, I think you've made it, but I want to be sure we're clear about it. There was no final determination of non-responsibility because it did not go to hearing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct. But so what you're saying is, as far as LAWA is concerned, if somebody were involved in this process but it had not come to such a conclusion, that LAWA would not in a tertiary fashion or in a formal fashion expect that to be some disclosure or some requirement of evidence of their abilities or responsibility as a contractor to do business with LAWA.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. I sit on the committee with Ms. Hahn that she chairs. We reviewed this in committee. I believe it was a thorough review. All of a sudden, right before the end of this session of December, a colleague brings this issue up. At the table today are members of our team that we enlisted to lead us at the airport. Having been to the airport recently at the dedication of Fire Station 80 in Mr. Rosendahl District, I was extremely impressed with the work that the airport is doing. From the time, and I remember Mayor Gordon, who was here from El Segundo, God bless his soul, where I said with the string how many feet with the separation of the runways need to be. The airport has gone at a task of trying to improve this airport for the people of Los Angeles and the people who visit us. With that being said, I think there's been a thorough review. The city attorney stands by this. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so I would just ask members if we could move forward. This is a new year. Let's continue the positive momentum that is taking place there. And all the work that is being done. All of a sudden, someone stands up and says, hey, what's going on here? Oh, okay, it has been reviewed by our city attorney. We must rely on the staff. If we're going to look at every contract that comes through this city hall, on who gets it and who doesn't. That's why we have professionals here. And I'm proud of the general manager of our airport, the director of our airport, and the staff that she has to try to achieve this. So members, I ask that we affirm the recommendation of Ms. Hahn's committee and move forward to allow this important facility to be built. Because what you see here is a man who came to us and said he had a very upset. And that man is not here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon.
That's all well and good, Mr. Labange, but I believe there is a reason we have to vote on this as a group. There's a purpose here, and Mr. Cardenas reminds me the city of Bell could heed some advice to not always pay attention to their staff. So let me just ask here. I don't have a dog in the fight either. I'm just trying to figure out the quality of the process. As I understand, there was an initial technical proposal, after which there was a technical discussion. In the technical discussion, I understand the staff sits down with the proposer and discusses the proposal and speaks about weaknesses and strengths in the proposal. Is that not correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Was there a request to have these recorded?
I'm sorry, sir?
Was there a request to have these technical discussions recorded?
I do not recall if there was a request to record
Okay,
them.
Tudor is saying that there was a request to record the technical discussion, so we have to take that as that there was a request. If you have no information
that may
to
be,
controvert that.
They may have requested that.
Do we have any document? Was there a transcript of the conversations of the technical discussion?
There is a transcript of each issue that was raised.
No, I'm asking, was there a transcript of the technical discussion in whole?
Not a recorded transcript.
So there was no recorded transcript, so we don't know what staff said to the proposer, what the proposer said to staff.
We do have a transcript of what was told to them. It was written down prior to the meeting with them, and what was written down is what was presented to each proposer.
But it was presented verbally, so we don't know, in fact, what was presented.
I can't tell you that it was presented in a room with about 50 people, including both staff.
Was it presented verbatim?
Yes, it was read verbatim.
It was read verbatim?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a record of that?
We have the record of witnesses, and the city attorney was present at the time.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get at is, aside from the preset information that was described, there were additional discussions in this hearing, correct?
That's correct.
So the subjects could have gone in any direction, right? And given the various proposers, I would assume the discussions would be quite different.
That's correct, sir.
So how do we know that the information in one discussion is consistent with the information in the next, with the various proposers?
Well, in fact, sir, in this case, the discussions, the consistency would be only in as much as they relate to the review of the particular proposal from that proposer.
Exactly, but how do we know that a problem with a proposal was recognized in that discussion, that if they were notified, for example, the weather issue that you raised, in the technical discussion, why wasn't that issue raised at that point? And if it had been raised at that point, couldn't Tudor-Saliba have corrected that problem?
The weather issue was not found until after the...
I understand that.
Yes.
But if it were found, and I believe it should have been staff's responsibility to find it at that point, if it were found, could Tudor-Saliba have corrected that?
I can respond, first of all, by saying at this point in the process, the energy model was not a subject of the evaluation. It was the proposed design and construction methodology. The energy model was evaluated as part of the final technical submittal. So it would not have been found during the preliminary evaluation.
Then why was it found in the protest?
It was found after the final proposal was submitted, and they submitted a digital record of the weather data file that they used to calculate their energy efficiency.
Okay, I'm not understanding I guess my concern here is that we have no way of knowing whether whether there was a fair... The accusation by the contractor that is protesting is that staff did not fully inform Tudor Celebra about the weaknesses of their proposal as it did the other proposers. And that enabled the other proposers to submit a final bid that was much more akin to what staff would have wanted. That is the allegation.
Okay.
And now I'm asking, do we have any documentation to demonstrate that that was not the case?
I believe the answer to that is yes.
Mr. Rosendahl will be our next speaker. Go ahead,
Yes.
please.
The answer to that is yes, and here's why.
What is that documentation?
There were very specific allegations of inadequacy.
I asked for documentation.
Mr. Alacon.
What is the documentation?
Mr. Alacon, your time is up. If you can press your button.
I want to answer to that question.
Well, otherwise, we'll wait the answer.
Indicate that they didn't do
Yes.
what we asked them.
We, as I mentioned before, Mr. Alacon, we had identified and we wrote down and we have documented the deficiencies that were noted in the draft technical proposals. We took those written documents and we read each deficiency verbatim at the review with the individual proposers. Now, I can tell you, as part of that documentation, there were 83 items brought up for discussion with the Tudor Perini team regarding their design.
And just so we're clear, we have documentation on every one of those 83.
Of those 83 items, 35 were identified to Tudor Perini Corporation as being potentially fatal flaws in their design. Of those 35, 13 were not corrected in their final proposal. Now, by way of contrast, the Clark-McCarthy joint venture, there were 66 items identified and discussed during the meeting we had with them. With the Burns and McDonald Turner team, there were 59, and with the Kiewit team that had subsequently withdrawn, there were 62. So, in fact, while Tudor Perini alleges that they were not given all of the facts or all of the discrepancies that we found, they were actually given 83 items to correct, as opposed to the winning bidder that was given 66. And each of those items were documented, and in fact a list of that was given to them after they filed their protest so that they could actually see that. It was written down and it was well documented, sir.
I might add that while that was part of the allegation of Tudor Perini's protest, they withdrew their protest.
Mr. Rosendahl is our next speaker.
Yeah. Ms. Lindsay, you just said they withdrew their protest. Why did they withdraw their protest? Explain that.
They at first asked for a hearing on our findings, and we scheduled the hearing. They subsequently decided they did not want the hearing and withdrew their protest and their proposal, apparently in order to dissuade us from going on to the hearing process. So once they did that, once they withdrew the proposal and the protest, we said okay. And in fact, there is a formal settlement document that identifies this agreement, and they voluntarily did that.
And why did they voluntarily do that?
I imagine it was because they did not want to go through the formal hearing process.
As City Attorney, could you explain that aspect of that?
Well, it would call for my speculation as to why they did it, but they did enter into a settlement agreement where they freely and voluntarily withdrew their proposal. They had previously withdrawn their protest.
Mm-hmm. And you, as the attorney, this met your needs from the standpoint of the document they had originally put in that had issues in it that were of concern? I mean, what comfort level did it give you that this thing was behind us at that point?
Well, the issue really for me was that when they withdrew their proposal, there was no reason to go forward with the hearing because the Contractor Responsibility Program requires a hearing only for a proposer. They were no longer a proposer, so there was no need for a hearing.
I see. Well, colleagues, this is a very healthy discussion. I'm glad we started it right before the holidays, and we're finishing up on it here. I definitely want to go forward with the group that you have gone through a thorough process to come up with. How long of a process was this from the beginning to end?
It took a little over 7 months.
7 months, from the beginning to the end. Colleagues, this power station there is a critical aspect of the modernization of the airport. It is a bottom line, important, critical element. We're modernizing LAX. We got the Bradley Terminal moving in the right direction. We want to complete it by 12/12/12. And if we do that, we need to have this utility plant online at the same time. I frankly believe that they went through a thorough process. The Commission itself dealt with this issue. The acting president of the Commission is here, and others, and so you brought it to us in the committee, and we unanimously supported your recommendation. And I know they're in the room here. What's the name of the group we picked?
Clark McCarthy.
Could they just stand for a second, Clark McCarthy, so I can see them? There they are, folks. And colleagues, if any of you have questions about what their project is, how they're doing it, please don't hesitate to ask them. But I frankly support what staff has recommended, and I urge us to move as quickly as possible to approve this so we can get forward with the modernization of the airport. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And Mr. Rosendahl, I think it was honorable for you to have the Clark team stand, because I now have a question where it relates to diversity, because I saw no diversity at all. Okay, all right, okay. And Bill says there's some short people. Okay. I'll remember that, Bill. The word protest has come up a couple of times. The action that we're voting on today, is there any official protest at all still on anything? Or when we refer to protest, are we talking about something that occurred in the past?
We are talking about something that occurred in the past as defined by the formal protest period and process. There is no formal protest on this contract award at this point.
Now, like I'm sure all of us do, I share the same concerns that Mr. Reyes mentioned. Mr. Reyes and I served together on the same committee. I have the highest respect for him. I share concerns mentioned by Mr. Alarcon and Mr. Cardenas, because at this critical time, I do think it's important for us as the keepers of the keys to try to make sure that we get the best financial contractor that we can get. So when we hear that we may be paying X amount more, then I think that it's only natural that you would get the kind of questions that you are receiving today. And I also agree that this, up to this point, has been a healthy discussion. But when I served in the Assembly, when you appointed people to chair committees, and I know this because I did that for 2 years as Speaker, you really want to try to get the best person for that committee chairmanship and the best people to sit next to them in that committee room, because it's important that they really vet every issue, big or small, that comes before that committee. Now, I would have to believe that our president put in the same amount of time, especially appointing me to the committee that I had. Anyway, when trying to select the people to chair these committees, our committees have to have integrity, and it's because of that I would be inclined to support the committee's report if I just heard again from the chair that they dotted every I, crossed every T, and will ensure that when these people come back, that they're more diverse. So that's a question to our committee chair.
They will be.
And that's what I'd like to hear. So when I hear that, then I will make the determination as to how I'm going to move forward on this issue.
Thank you. Mr. Smith is next, and then you'll hear from our committee chair, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call the question.
Is there any objection to calling the question? If there's no objection, is there any objection? Okay. The objection has been made, so that will require a vote. We have folks who are waiting for their second turn, so it will require 10 votes to call the question or to end debate. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 5 noes.
Okay. If that had been everybody for the third time, it would have passed, but since everybody's not spoken for a second time, that fails. Ms. Hahn.
Well, thank you. And as committee chair, again, we asked the questions, and I think part of how I started this out today was to sort of lay it out. Can you defend this process? Can you defend the winning bidder? Can you tell us about these irregularities that we're talking about and how that played into the process? And at the end of the day, again, I feel like, was it perfect? I still don't think all of our processes are perfect whether it's in the city, whether it's at the airport, whether it's at the port. I still feel like there are opportunities for, kind of to scratch your head sometimes and go, was that right? Did that pass the smell test? Because I think what still bothered me at the end of the day was this contractor responsibility piece of this. And I don't understand going forward why there isn't a sort of a safer place for bidders to maybe have some irregularities, 66, 59, 84, and an opportunity to correct them and move forward without sort of this. It seemed a little bit like it was a threat to hold this hearing of a contractor responsibility, which then, with the chronology, then they pulled back their protest, they pulled back their bid, and it just felt heavy-handed to me, looking on this and scrutinizing this. But I think, it would probably going forward, we would have wished the staff had found this climate piece of it the first time around, because it seems to me like that was key to triggering the contractor responsibility. And if that was found the first time around, how would that impacted the process? Would they have then gone back and changed it? But at this point, colleagues, I am going to still recommend that we approve this. I would always say at the end of the day, let's continue to make sure in all the contracts that we are looking to let in the future at the modernization of the airport, that we continue to make sure the process is tight, it's fair, it's transparent, and we give people an opportunity, because Tudor Saliba, now Tudor Perini, was certainly a contractor that we've worked with for years. They just completed a project. I believe at the airport.
Yes,
and that we've worked with them throughout the city of Los Angeles. So it's a contractor that we have, relied on many times in the city of Los Angeles. So we just want to make sure that this project is fair. But it seems to me at the end of the day, the fact that they actually withdrew their protest, they withdrew their bid, there was a settlement agreement that I feel like we do need to move on and award this contract to Clark McCarthy and continue our work at LAX. That's my recommendation, colleagues, but I will respect whatever decision you make.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. Again, I want to understand what took place in this particular process, and it appears that there was a bit of back and forth by a particular contractor and the LAWA staff. But I had asked a question earlier about how LAWA would handle needing any disclosure if a contractor is bidding at LAWA and they're involved in a contractor responsibility investigation somewhere around the world or in the country. But my next question to LAWA is that if a contractor bids at LAWA and they have been found guilty or deficient in such a hearing somewhere around the country, say, how would that affect their bid at LAWA?
We don't ask that question, do we? Do we ask?
we do.
We
Yes,
do?
we do.
Anywhere in the country or just the state?
We do have, as part of our contract documents, we request to know whether the contractor has been found to be a non-responsible contractor by another public entity.
And then when we get that information that we ask for, what do we do with it?
Well, it depends on the severity and on the information. That does not automatically disqualify a contractor from working at LAX, but we would certainly investigate.
Well, with all due respect, technically speaking, in this country, you can get a job with a felony record.
Absolutely.
It's just not likely that you're going to be considered seriously by 9 out of 10 employers. But what I'm saying is, found guilty in a non-responsibility hearing somewhere at some airport, say in the country, is not going to bode well for that particular contractor when they bid at LAX or some other airport in the country, with all due respect.
That's correct.
Right? It's a black
It will
eye.
cause a problem for them.
What's
Yes,
that?
it will cause a problem for them.
Exactly.
If they
Thank you.
get through it, that's one thing, but we'll ask questions.
Well, with all due respect, earlier this year, you accurately mentioned that twice this has been invoked apart from this particular time, and both times it was discussed and settled without going to fruition on a contractor responsibility investigation process. So obviously, I'm concluding that if contractors are involved in such a situation, they really weigh out, do I really want to take this to the end and possibly have a black eye, or do I just want to back off and see if we can just discuss this and then just settle out? Now, that being the case, who is chosen to be the evaluators or the panel on a non-responsibility investigation? And since my time is going quickly, is that LAWA staff, or do you pick people from other airports, or is it within the family of the LAWA staff that are on the evaluation panel or what have you? And or the city attorney's office?
Under the Contractor Responsibility Program, it's representatives of the staff who would hold the hearing.
Okay, and then if they appeal that process, say it goes to fruition and then they're found guilty and then they try to appeal it, who is on that appeal panel?
It would first be reviewed by the Board of Airport Commissioners. If it proved there and they were deemed non-responsible, they would have a right to petition for a writ to the court system.
To the court system?
Yes.
So it would have to, actually, they would, if they were found guilty, then they wanted to appeal that, they would actually, that's the only opportunity they have to go outside the LAWA family to be evaluated or judged, would be after that appeal process.
Thank you, Mr. Kern.
That's correct. It would go to Superior Court.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Perry is next, and then Mr. Reyes after that.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I wanted to go back to the non-responsibility process, and maybe the city attorney can help me. So who initiates the non-responsibility process, and what is the process that you go through to make the determination that an entity should be deemed non-responsible?
Under the Contractor Responsibility Program, if information is supplied to the Procurement Services Division that calls into question the trustworthiness, quality, fitness, or capacity of a contractor, an investigation will be initiated.
Now, let me ask you this, because, you know, we talk about being a world-class city and doing business with the city of Los Angeles, and everything that we do has something to do with doing business with the city of Los Angeles. So, when you go to the issue of dig down on the issue of trustworthiness, can you discuss with us the analysis that you went through in this particular situation as a city attorney, which I assume the city attorney gives the oversight in determining whether this decision should be made or not?
Our office reviewed the process that was being performed by Procurement Services. It never got to hearing, so there was no final determination of any of those qualities.
So process-wise, does procurement come to you and say, hey, something's wrong here, what do you think we should do? Or I'm still really not clear who makes the determination as to whether to issue the notice of, what's it called again?
A notice of investigation.
Notice of investigation. And what that means, and then how the investigation is driven, how is it inclusive, does it pull in the competitors for information, is there an opportunity for both sides to participate and to respond, and who's the arbiter of fact?
Okay.
Who's the one who makes that determination?
Let me answer your first question. The one who initiates it is the division that's actually looking to procure the services. In this case, it would have been my division. And when I discovered the fact that the weather data in the energy model had been changed, I brought that issue to the attention of our procurement services division because it was not something that could have been done inadvertently. And it appeared to be an intentional attempt to provide a benefit to their energy model.
I think you need to describe that the inputs were already in there and had to be changed.
As Ms. Lindsay said, we actually gave them a weather file to be used. They had to actually go out and modify that file in order to put that information into their model. So it was something that could not have been just unintentionally done.
Okay, so then if you reach that conclusion independently, without any oversight or without any sort of additional layer of review to make sure, because that's a pretty serious conclusion, and it has some very serious ramifications.
That's correct.
Particularly for the future of even doing business with the airport. So it's very chill. It's got a chilling effect, basically. So if you concluded that, as you said, that it was done intentionally, who made that formal determination, and did you do so on some kind of a public record so that there was some ability to either refute that or accept it, or what?
Absolutely. The first thing we did is we sent a letter to the Perini Corporation with a list of concerns, that being the primary concern that we had. And we asked them to explain to us why the weather data that they used in their evaluation was different than the ones that were provided by LAWA and that they were directed to use. They actually came back with two responses. Their first response is they alleged that LAWA gave them the wrong data. We were able to definitively demonstrate to Tutor Perini Corporations that LAWA had in fact not given them the wrong weather data. They then came back with a response that said in some way the model itself must have corrupted the data. Now, I will tell you as an engineer, it's very difficult for me to understand how that could have happened. But again, if you look at the contractor responsibility program, it looks at both trustworthiness as well as quality and fitness.
Well, here, I would just suggest to you, and I'm trying
If I can
to
ask you a question.
okay, I'll wind up that, let's not interject our personal opinions on that, because that doesn't help us in terms of making our decision. Mr. President, I think for me personally it would be helpful to hear from as many parties as possible, and I don't know why there aren't any cards in the box, but if you, with your permission...
we have one card so far.
We have some cards in the box?
We have one, yep.
Okay, all right. I'd like to hear from other speakers in the audience and get some perspective from them too, so that we can have more of an inclusive discussion.
Okay. We have six speakers on the queue. We'll continue there, and then at the end we'll hear from the public. Mr. Krikorian for the first time, followed by Mr. Reyes, Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Labange, and Mr. Rosendahl for the second time, and Ms. Hahn for the third. Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple follow-ups to Ms. Perry's line of questioning. If one of the central issues to a finding of, or to a notice of a hearing to determine whether a bidder is a responsible bidder is trustworthiness, and staff has suggested that this weather data issue could not have been done unintentionally, I think if I took my notes down correctly, then why would you have dropped that investigation?
We dropped the investigation again because LAWA's contractor responsibility hearing is contract specific. Once Tutor Perini withdrew their proposal, they were no longer a proposal on that contract, and we no longer had a legitimate ability, or basically at that point in time, our contractor responsibility program no longer applied to them.
Well, is there some internal review process? Because in response, as Mr. Cardenas pointed out, there would be ramifications to this kind of a finding, even if it were a finding that happened in Houston or Seattle or Washington. So certainly if LAWA made a determination about the trustworthiness of a contractor, that would certainly have ramifications for LAWA's ability to continue to do business with that contractor in the future. So I'm I'm struggling now with why, if that determination has been made internally by staff, why wouldn't that have been carried through as exhaustively as humanly possible to determine future conduct that LAWA might have in dealing with particular contractors?
Again, and I may rely on the city attorney again, part of the problem that we have is because of the way LAWA's contractor responsibility program is written, it is contract specific. So we do not have the ability to initiate investigations against contractors that are not valid proposers for a specific contract. So our process is a little different than the city's. Under the city process, that investigation probably would not have been dropped.
Was there any negotiation with Tudor Perini in which any party discussed dropping that in exchange for dropping a protest that they had?
Yes, Tudor Perini actually requested, and the city attorney can certainly respond to that, but we made it very clear that our contractor responsibility investigation was independent of the protest, and should they drop their protest, that would not have stopped our contractor responsibility investigation. The investigation was not tied to their protest.
I'd like to hear from the city attorney on that, because maybe I'm just not following this.
Tudor Perini had actually withdrawn their protest before the settlement was reached. It had already been withdrawn.
Okay, so once they withdrew their protest prior to that settlement, then they were no longer a bidding party for which
They were still a bidder.
jurisdiction.
They still had a viable proposal, and in the settlement process, they withdrew their proposal.
Okay, and was that negotiated with them, that they would do so in exchange for dropping that investigation?
Yes, it would become a part of the settlement. It became a part of the settlement agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Reyes is our next speaker.
I'm struggling with the what-ifs. Now, if we move forward with this recommendation, given some of the assertions that have been generated by the party that did not win, are we still vulnerable to a lawsuit given how the process unfolded? Based on their opinion, given how the technical assistance, technical discussion evolved, there are issues being raised in which, in the technical discussion, points were being raised by LAWA staff, other points were neglected, not giving that group a fair, even treatment in the technical discussion process. Are we still vulnerable to a lawsuit given those assertions?
We are not. Under the settlement agreement, they have waived any claims arising out of this project and this proposal. And that includes the 1542 waiver of claims known or unknown.
So if we look at the sequence of events, and this has been asserted that the commission was at a point where they were going to vote, that commissioners were about to question whether the prevailing recommendation from the staff clerk was truly the most accurate, and commission did not reach a conclusion. They did not meet again, but right after that commission hearing where there was no conclusion is when they were hit with the non-responsibility action. Did that sequence occur that way if we look at the chronology of events?
I'm not sure that I'm completely following, but track me on this, guys. We took forward to the commission a recommendation for contract award. Then the protest, I think, was lodged. We went through the protest and its allegations thoroughly with the commission. We also went thoroughly through our findings, which included, at that point...
But can you just address at what juncture did the commission stop acting? Was it before the decision was made to support Clark? Was it after? And when did the non-responsibility action take place? was the commission ever given the time to look at all of the applicants that were up for this contract? Did they ever reach a final vote?
Yes, the commission did reach a final vote and made the recommendation, which is why we now have this action in front
But
of the
before the
council.
non-responsibility action was taken. When did that occur?
It was after.
Yes, it was the...
Can you explain that sequence of events?
Let me do that. We initially, when we went to the Board of Airport Commissioners with the initial contract recommendation, Tutor Perini Corporation protested the award. We basically, the commission at that time deferred the award of the contract. Staff in the city attorney's office investigated the protest. It was during that investigation of the protest that we discovered some of the issues that led to the non-responsibility investigation. We went back to the board with another action to award the contract to Clark McCarthy, and within that board action was actually a finding at that time that the Tutor Perini protest was without merit. However, because we had initiated the contractor responsibility investigation under our program, the Board of Airport Commissioners could not act on the award of that contract until the contractor responsibility investigation was completed.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. If you could, last question.
okay, what I'm lacking is the date of the commission hearing, and I want to find that out. When that commission hearing occurred, when the proposals were first introduced to them to make a decision, and my understanding, and again, it could be wrong, but my understanding is that that commission hearing or that commission session never was able to reach a conclusion. The meeting was essentially finished, it was concluded. After that is when you have the non-responsibility action taking place, so the commission never really got to hear or come to a conclusion because the non-responsibility action had already taken place. That's the way it was described to me, and that's what doesn't sound right. So I'd like to get clarity on that.
And that's not the way it went. I actually, in fact, I have the presentation with me that I made to the commission on the Tutor Perini protest, on the findings on the Tutor Perini protest, with the recommendation to the commission that the protest be denied. That recommendation, again, was supported by the city attorney. However, again, because during the course of the investigation, the non-responsibility issue came up, the commission was instructed that they could not award a contract at that point in time. And they had to defer it until the contractor responsibility program was completed.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon is our next speaker.
Yeah, there's several things that concern me. First of all, one of them is not the committee process. I think they did their due diligence, but I do know, as Mr. Wesson knows very well, that many of the bills that pass the committee are changed on the floor of the Senate or the Assembly, and further, many of them are thrown out by the governor. So it is we certainly have the right to question things that might have been viewed differently by the committee, and that's what we're doing. That's all we're doing. My concerns here are very, very simple. I do not understand how a bidder that has not been found irresponsible can be excluded from the process. And I have a problem with that because I understand there was a settlement agreement to eliminate the protest and therefore accept the findings of the first go-around, but we are being told that notwithstanding the fact that Tutor Perini has not been found irresponsible, that they are excluded from the process, and they are saying their bid would have come in $30 million less, and we don't have the opportunity to consider that. And I have a real problem with that. So I'm wondering why we, since they haven't been found irresponsible, why we couldn't reinsert them in the process, reconsider their proposal along with the others, and in fact, because they have more information now, let all the proposers tighten the screws and come back with a final, like the $1 million question, and improve all the bids.
Great question. The process was set up to have several stages. The first two stages really were intended to identify and flesh out the design concepts from the proposers and to ensure that those design concepts actually met the performance criteria that were identified by LAX. Tudor Perini did not meet those qualifications in the second stage, so they were not invited to go into the third stage of the bidding process.
No, my question is for the city attorney. We know that Tudor Perini protested that finding, that determination by the department, but because they had a gun over their head that they could be found irresponsible. And in fact, the department has used the irresponsibility process twice before and not found the contractor irresponsible. I agree with Mr. Krikorian. I don't understand how there isn't an additional level of responsibility that we are entitled to have. If a contractor is irresponsible, then we need to know. And you can't just simply settle it out without telling us and not know whether or not the contractor was irresponsible. And then by settling, they can come back and bid tomorrow on something else. But you haven't met the responsibility to let us know whether they've been responsible or not, because that's off the table. And in all three accusations of irresponsibility over the last 3 years, you've settled out, so we've never got that determination, so those contractors can resubmit. In fact, have any of them resubmitted?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alacon. Your time is up.
I can answer for one of them. I can answer for all three, but one of them, they had a prevailing wage issue on another contract at the airport. They resolved their prevailing wage issue, and that's why they were permitted to continue to contract at the airport on another contract.
Okay, so initially staff said they were irresponsible, they were found not to be irresponsible. Councilmember, I would move we allow Tudor Perini to get back into the process, to redo the process for a final consideration, and then come back with a determination based on all the information, not to slow down the process, but just to have the final understanding. Now, if they're irresponsible, you need to tell us. And you're not telling us, you're just making accusations. Do I have a second?
Sure. Mr. President?
I think the city attorney will remind us our only action that we can have is to reject or accept this, folks. We cannot make a motion to change the bidding process.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I think I must not have been clear about something, and I want to be very clear about it. There was a qualification stage that indicated that gave the proposers an opportunity not only to submit a design that met our criteria, but then to get critiques on that design and to try again. Tudor Perini failed. They did not make the grade. The fact that later we found this irregularity on the weather data, which was only submitted with their final submission, which is why it wasn't caught earlier, is simply something that went to the trustworthiness, and Councilman Krikorian, I think you brought this up. It is a dilemma when we find that there is significant question about the integrity of what has gone on in a submittal and a proposal process. It was a dilemma for our Board of Airport Commissioners as to whether to stop the process or not. But because our process is pertinent only to the contract, once Tudor Perini identified that they were going to withdraw their proposal, the dilemma was we were going to look like we were punitive if we prosecuted it forward to a hearing. And because they were requesting that we not do that, we didn't do that. So it does appear that there was a difficult way. I mean, it's really difficult to figure out what was the right thing to do here, because either way there was going to be a great deal of criticism that could come our direction. We got the best proposal at the lowest price by having a three-stage process that ended in a bid. But only the people that got into that third stage were the ones that met our performance criteria. I think we don't want to have, I'm not hearing from the council that you want us to relax our performance criteria on this project. If that's the case, then I think we need to hear that clearly from you. We were clear on the performance criteria. We had two proposers that met that performance criteria. We asked them to bid, and we took the lowest bid.
Mr. Labange is our next speaker.
Thank you very much. Members, on November 15th, the Board of Airport Commissioners took up the issue of the settlement, which was agreed to by the contractor who now is trying to get back into the cause. At that time, they agreed to a settlement. Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney?
That is correct.
And that settlement then says they're out of the game. They agree they're not going to. It's like they've agreed to terminate their relationship on this contract based on all activities and shake hands and go on, everything's like that, right?
That is correct.
Right. In this modern era of ours, we have the internet, and Google writes everything. And whoever's writing a story like that reporter over against the ropes in the council is going to put this on the newspaper, and it's going to be Googled. So whatever the case is, there's going to be a record of what we talked about today. And those who look and do research often Google and find out whatever happened in the course of time. I wanted to set that up there. I think the Department of Airports works very hard at trying to modernize the airport. I think the city attorney's office and the commitment they have to review this is very independent, but they want to move forward on this. I truly miss the city engineer that used to sit here in the previous councils that every day help educate us on some of these processes here. Because I think we're jumping into an area that we should have faith in our departments that do the work to review, to build the programs. So I would hope, members, that you could see that this committee unanimously supported this. I would hope that you see that no one on the 15th of November said, I want a 245 this action because of this company. It was only later that someone brought it up that they said, let's talk about it right before the council recess. And then everybody's inquiry was perked. There's a lot of opportunity in this city, and there'll be other times for other opportunity. This department, this commission has selected somebody. And there's a commissioner here. And would you like to say anything, Madam Commissioner, on this here?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. You can have the rest of my time.
Thank you. Good morning, I'm Holiday Velasco. I'm the Vice President, Acting President of the Board of Airport Commissioners. Thank you. And I just would like to recommend to all of you that you pass and affirm the action before you today. We had there was a dilemma for us as airport commissioners with regard to this issue. The matter came before us. We were ready to approve Clark McCarthy to build a central utility plant. When there was a protest, we directed staff to go back and review the protest and report back to us whether the protest was legitimate or not. I have complete faith in staff. We have tremendous people, leadership at the airport. They came back to us and said the protest was without merit, and they had found actually additional information. So I urge you to trust the process. There is a process. Of course, there are inadequacies in everything that we do in life, but the process is a strong process, and there is no bias against Tudor Perini. It was a fair process, and I urge you to please go forward and approve this contract. And also, Councilman Wesson, with regard to diversity, part of the thing that we look at whenever we're approving contracts is diversity, and I understand that Clark McCarthy has a 20% WIBI-MIBI diversity. So, thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl, for a second time.
Well, I was just going to ask Val to come up and explain the process they went through in the commission, which was a legitimate, no mirrors and smoke, serious discussion. So I appreciate that. And I did go back and talk, Mr. Wesson, to the bidders and found out they did have a 20% diversity group within their mix. Not standing here in the room today, though, but within their mix of people. I'm sure, if there is, to be done. Ms. Lindsay, you made a final comment about the protest and almost going the other way or this or that. The clarity that I just need one more time from you is how we got to the point we are now and how they withdrew and there is no protest, and frankly, that it makes sense. I'd like to hear you sum it up.
Okay. They submitted a protest because they did not get into that third phase. We adjudicated the protest. In the process of adjudicating that protest is when we found the significant irregularity in the weather data, which triggered the contractor irresponsibility question, which was going to take us to a hearing because we asked them for information. We got reams of information. We evaluated that information. We wrote them a letter and said, look, this doesn't make sense to us. You have not sufficiently answered the questions here. They asked for a hearing. We said, fine, we're going to take it to hearing. We set the date for the hearing. They then came in and said, no, we don't want to go to a hearing. We want to withdraw our protest. Fine. But we said that's withdrawing your protest. You still have an active proposal, and so the issue of contractor irresponsibility is still a live one. They said, we'll withdraw our proposal, at which case we didn't have a contractor that was, a proposer that was trying to get a contract. So the way our contractor responsibility hearings is set up, we had the choice of prosecuting it to its full answer, as Councilman Krikorian, I think, very clearly questioned whether we didn't have a responsibility to do that, which is a lot of what the board wrestled with. We could have done that. Sure. We elected not to because it's a contract-specific question. It would have looked like we were being punitive. We were not interested in being punitive, so we dropped the issue.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Can't imagine there's anything more to ask, so I call the question again.
Okay. Call the question, and everybody is on for a third time, so this is an 8-person vote now. So please open the... is there any objection, first of all? Yes, okay. Objection requires a vote. Please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 4 noes.
Okay. That passes, so the debate is over. We had 2 public speaker cards, as Ms. Perry had moved. We'll hear those now. Tim Bush, if you'd like to come forward.
Friendly amendment that can be offered at this point.
No.
This is basically...
Correct. It's vote up or down. It's to assert or to reject. And after that, we'll hear from Ankur Patel and Van Nuys. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, members of the council, for the opportunity to speak here. I'm Tim Buresh. I worked for Tudor Saliba during the preparation of the proposal and going through this process. Many of you are familiar with me and my experience on other similar projects. I think you're correct to focus on questions of integrity, especially as it relates to the design-build procurement process, which is different than other types of procurements. Basically, you have 2 giant alternatives when you structure those up. One is to have a best value or beauty contest type selection. The other is to go to a minimum performance criteria and go to a lowest cost selection. They're very different in terms of how the public responds to them, in terms of how proposers respond to them, and what we change. When it's a best value or beauty contest proposal, whatever we think staff most wants, that's what we'll propose. If it's a low-cost proposal, then we're going to focus on the minimum criteria, and we're going to do everything in our power to be as cost-competitive as we can on that. Now, staff set this up as a low-cost proposal. There was a bridging design that came in. I want to be clear on something, that we've mixed up the idea that our proposal, or any of the proposals, failed to meet performance criteria, and that is absolutely not true. All 3 proposals met all performance criteria, period. They had to. You have the same outputs, the same cooling, heating capacity on here. Also want to point out that every proposal, regardless of who got selected, was still required to go to extensive design review and approval process by staff, as well as a project execution approval process by LAWA staff. So regardless of anything that was in anybody's proposal, staff would still have ample opportunity to tweak the design or tweak the project execution process to make sure that it met their expectations and requirements on there. When Ms. Lindsay said that we failed to meet the performance criteria, I believe what she meant was that we did not meet the 90% score. 90% score as staff structured it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We can conclude. Thank you. Ankur Patel is our next speaker, and Van Nuys.
I want the city to be punitive towards corrupt contractors who waste city time. Look at the amount of time we spend on this. They give you reams of information about a question you ask that doesn't answer the question. I feel I'm in the same boat. I ask questions all the time. I get reams of information. Don't answer anything. You know how it feels a little bit. I appreciate Council members Alarcon and Krikorian's questioning. That's the path that we need to go down, right? Get that thing back on the table. I thought that was pretty funny. This is how the city runs, though, right? There's corruption this way and that way, and as soon as some small legal matter comes up, we run in circles chasing our tails and nothing gets done. And then the same contractor will come up and put up a bid on something else in the future and continue to negotiate not in good faith. 1 minute.
Richard Heim is our next speaker.
Good morning and Happy New Year. My name is Richard Heim. I am the President and CEO of Clark's Western Region, and I am the Managing Partner of Clark McCarthy. My partner, Carter Chappelle, is here with me today. Just to remind the city, it was Clark that built one of the first jobs that we picked up when we came to Los Angeles 20 years ago was the LA Convention Center, the largest single award the city had ever made in those days. That job was done in a joint venture with Mortenson. Very successful job, no claims, done on time, on budget. The LA City Hall here was another job that Clark performed, but for this space here, which was done by another contractor, I cannot claim this space. But the rest of the building, the largest, tallest seismically retrofitted historic restoration that time in the nation, Clark performed. McCarthy and Clark also completed the Tom Bradley International Terminal, as well as a joint venture, as well as the LA County Hospital, a huge hospital, and I give you that as a background. All of those projects were done successfully, on time, on budget, without any claims. Our team here is very much representative of the community. Our entire design team is from the LA area and have been part of the LA area for a long time. I appreciate your comments relative to diversity. We share those comments as well, and we have exceeded the requirements stipulated by the city. This debate about the procedure, I understand this in context, and I think the comment that one person made is, we wish we had the city engineer here so that it could educate a little bit in terms.
It's 2 minutes even for all speakers, sir. My apologies. I know you had a big wind-up there. Anybody else can fill out speaker cards from either side if there are other individuals, but if there are no other speakers. All right, we have no other speakers indicated, so we'll now take a vote. So, Mr. Clerk, a yes vote is for the committee report, so a yes vote is to assert the action taken by the Board of Commissioners. A no vote is to reject that. Okay? Yes is to affirm, what the Board of Commissioners and the committee have both concurred on. No vote is to reject and to send back under 245 authority. Okay? Well, actually, it's not even before us. Yeah, not 245, excuse me. Okay, everybody ready? Please open the roll. Please close the roll. And tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 4 noes.
Okay, that is affirmed. Yes, Ms. Hahn.
Just as a point of, actually it's not clarification, but it's just to let you know, one of the things I'm going to do is hold a hearing in my committee on the process of contract responsibility hearings and protest, because I think that we need to clear and tighten up that process in the future. But I think we made the right vote today.
Thank you for that announcement. Mr. LaBonge?
With the Public Works Committee, too, on the same thing. It's all the same, but I think we all need a refresher.
Thank you. All right. With that, we'll send that forthwith without objection, and go to the next item called special, please.
That brings us to item number 8, sir.
Okay. Mr. Koretz, I believe you'd want us to hold this. Item number 8, there's 2 reports that have been circulated. Neither have been moved. Mr. Clerk, is that correct? Do they conflict with each other? Do they have differing recommendations? So both can be. Okay. Mr. Koretz?
Yes, I'd like to move to refer this item to Trade, Commerce, and Tourism Committee and request that it be discussed as part of the Worker Retention Working Group, consistent with the substitute motion at your desks from the Jobs Committee.
Okay. All right. Is anybody else who wishes to be heard? Ms. Hahn, sending that back to your committee. Mr. Koretz moved. Okay. We'll go ahead and open the roll then with the substitute. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. We'll send that back to TCT. Next item, please.
That brings us to item number 10, called Special for Cards.
Okay. Item number 10 is next. We call forward Donna Pearman in Van Nuys as our first speaker on item 10.
Okay, I want to know is, I see that the library tax, I didn't see that one on that, so I don't know, that's a ballot measure, I don't know, that's a done deal. How can you put ballot measures that will raise fees and property taxes? The CPA will go up. Beside property taxes going up, our gas prices, I forgot to mention, went up 23 to 30 cents a gallon. Who's going to afford this? And it's going up. Anyway, with no one getting cost of living in Social Security and federal employees, you want a lock, stock, or reserve for library. Reserve needs to be used for the it needs to be used for the whole city to reserve. You shouldn't take it away from the central city services. If you want taxes for marijuana, open up the closed collectives. We can get needed revenue from them. Let's get revenue from collectives and billboards. And the DWP ratepayer, let's get a real break on our utilities. People can't afford it. It's killing the middle class. But is the ratepayer going to be just a mouthpiece for the city council? I'm not sure. Is it going to be really somebody for the public? I hope so. They will leave. We need the DWP employees. They'd have to be treated like the other employees. They should sacrifice necks for the city. They should be treated better than the other employees. I say, and no new taxes as long as the CRA is raping the city. Will our March ballot really help anyone other than the city council? Public, look at it hard. Not like you looked at Prop 22 and 25. You looked at the paper, your party, and voted whatever they told you. Will the city council approve these? Does the sun go up in the morning? It's a no-brainer. Of course, this council will approve them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Walsh here in council chambers. After that is Charles Kirsheimer.
John Walsh, blogging at Hollywood, Highlands, HIGHLANDS.org. This concerns a digest of the bizarre ballot, very bizarre. It's very hard to understand these issues that you're placing on the ballot. For a point of order, Mr. Zine can now return to the meeting. He was banned from the last agenda item because he had sex with...
Sorry, sir, if you can get back to this, that's the last warning on that. You're out of order on this item. If you'd like to discuss this item...
Ask me whether it is out of order to point out that there is an advertising poster for Mr. Smith's book.
I'm sorry, sir, that is out of order. Charles
Why is it out of order?
Because we are discussing the election code. Item 20, under the state law, you have to discuss that. So Charles Kirsheimer will be our next speaker. Mr. Kirsheimer, if you'd like to come forward. Thank you. Ankar Patel will be after that, and Van Nuys. Thank you.
I was unfortunately I wasn't able to make the last talk about taxing.
Just get a little closer so we can hear you. Thank you.
Charles Kirsheimer, born and raised, City of Los Angeles, a good 22 years. I'm here to talk about taxing and regulating on dispensaries. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make the last conversation that you guys had on this. I had a very bad knee. Medicinally, I provide myself with marijuana. I volunteer at a collective. I help tons of people, but at the same time, taxing and regulating, you're looking at other cities' aspects. Necessarily Oakland is doing something very similar. I saw a lot of the council was very adamant about other cities utilizing of state laws and provisions, and to how the federalism between the city and the state is keeping you guys going. And who do you have to ask to keep this going? Nobody. If you ask your city attorney, they're going to convict you. And I'd like to hold my time for 27.
Thank you, sir. Ankar Patel is our next speaker in Van Nuys City Council Chambers.
So how do I get on this ballot committee? I want to help simplify it. You should have input from people, neighborhood councils maybe. We'd like to help write it in a way that we think the constituents can help understand. We should be a part of that process. I've railed against these reforms, which they really aren't. They're just tissue papering over the problem. We're going to fall right through the same hole. Elections are coming up, clearly. You guys probably passing around hats, trying to collect money. right? Collecting money. You guys collect a lot of money. Now, these ballot measures, again, just something that we should be working on together to make sure that the people actually understand what's going on, because I come to these meetings. I still don't know what's going on. I think some of you sitting around the horseshoe don't actually know what's going on half the time. Let's work together to try and explain some of this. 1 minute.
Thank you. And as a point of information, this committee that has put this forward is a citizen committee to simplify the ballot language made up of non-elected officials. Mr. Smith, on this? Did you want to speak on this?
Yeah, with public
public comments then, yes.
Yeah, Ms. Legman, if I could ask you a question, please come forward. Ladies, I have a concern about one of them that really bothers me, and that is the campaign contribution limit and fundraising restrictions and raising the trust fund amount. What bothers me is process. As the person who has been allowed to write the ballot opposition to this initiative that was put on the ballot by the council, I was not allowed to see in this language that's going to be used in the ballot until after I submitted my opposition arguments for the ballot. So now this ballot simplification committee comes forward. They say in here 47 words in the one issue about restricting campaign contributions. Everybody will love that. They say 47 words about giving the council the ability to restrict the money in budgetary crises and keep the money. And they say 23 words about what it's all about, and that is raising the cap so campaign contributions be eliminated and candidates get money from the city taxpayers to run their campaigns, which is what really started the motion off. That's what this was all about. And yet, when I wanted to write the ballot opposition, I never saw this. I can't stand up and say in the ballot now that's going to be published that this is all about using taxpayer money to fund campaigns for politicians at the time we can't afford that. When we're laying off people, when we're closing library hours, when we're reducing our fire department, we're going to take money, unless this council votes by a supermajority, if it chooses to, it doesn't have to, if it chooses to stop sending the money over there to the trust fund. I don't get the chance to say that because I didn't see this language up front. Why is it the language that goes on the ballot is written before the people that write the arguments for or against the ballot arguments get to even see it? How did that come about?
Let me see if I can break this down a little bit. The city's election code sets out specific timelines for each act that happens as you proceed to election. There is a start date and an end date for candidates to file, a start date and end date for them to submit their nominating petitions. There is a deadline for the Ballot Simplification Committee to submit their work, the summary. They met that deadline. In fact, they met it quite early. We were expecting it by January 3rd, and they submitted it, I think, around before Christmas. It is presented to the City Council for an up or down vote. No changes. If you must either approve it or disapprove it. If you disapprove it, I would imagine the Ballot Simplification Committee has to meet again. The hard deadline for the council to adopt this ballot digest is this Friday. If council takes no action, it is deemed approved. So I cannot speak to the fact that sometimes, because there are different timelines happening simultaneously on the election calendar, some information is available earlier because there is a span of time that material may come in. It certainly does not preclude you, sir, from promoting or opposing an issue from the political arena.
I understand that. I'm saying what it has done is it's foreclosed my opportunity to write an appropriate ballot argument against this because I didn't see the language that was coming out, and the way, in my opinion, that this committee has kind of snowed over the whole issue, which the real issue about this was raising the cap to provide more funds for campaign financing. That's what started all this. All this other stuff was put in as a bait and switch, in my opinion. You put in there the title, the beginning of the argument is all about campaign restrictions on giving money during time frame. Nobody's going to oppose that. Everybody loves it. I support that. But when you put it together with all that other stuff, it was done to give a title that people were going to vote for because they like that without reading the details, and the devil's in the details. And the devil is you've created now a system of campaign financing for politicians at a time we can't afford to do that. And that's what bothers me. So if it's in the election code, if your office would please give me the section of the code that are in conflict here, I will bring in a motion because we must change that. People that writing the arguments in favor or opposed to anything on the ballot should have the opportunity to see the language that's going on the ballot before we write those arguments. And that's not fair. We're stuck. I know I can't do anything about this now other than to say to the news media, please pay attention. The devils are in the detail on this, and I will go to those editorial boards and fight for that. But the fact is, I know we're screwed because the code is written in a way that put the cart before the horse, and that's not fair. So we can't do that now. You'd have to change the code, and it'd be after the fact, and you can't do that in a time frame. I will bring in a motion to fix that for the future generations because this is wrong. It should not be done this way. And the language in here, particularly on this particular one, is just really icing over the true fact of what it's all about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Weezer?
Thank you. I'm not aware of the language that was proposed or what opportunities existed for people opposed to ballot language to have that opportunity. If there's something we have to change in the process, so be it. But I did want to stand up and correct two misstatements by Mr. Smith. One is that this ballot initiative that Mr. Smith was talking about, Measure H, will not create a public financing of campaigns for the city of Los Angeles. We already have one. It was established by the voters in 1990. All this is doing is lifting the cap on that matching funds. Secondly, Mr. Smith was concerned about financial times when we cannot afford it. There are two safety valves in this ballot measure. Should the council not want to do it, we don't have to at that time when it feels there is a fiscal emergency. So we have some protections in there for financial reasons. And secondly, it is not establishing it. One already exists. We just want to lift the cap so that we can look at those formulas again and see how we bring them up to date to what we intended the law to be in 1990, because what we have right now is simply not working.
Thank you. Any other speakers wishing to be heard? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on this. And please tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay. Mr. Smith voted no on that, if we can record that. Mr. Smith, no. Yeah, I would expect you to have.
Mr. President, would you like to send that item forthwith?
Yes, but let's do the vote one more time just to test the machine. Mr. Smith, we're going to just make sure the machines are working. Please open the roll. Okay, we got it. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you. Next item, please. We'll send that forthwith without objection. Next item, please.
That brings us to item 14, called special for cards.
Okay, item number 14, Dr. Clyde Williams, if you'd like to come forward on item number 14. Dr. Williams? Somebody would be kind enough to alert Dr. Williams. We'll go to Anchor Patel in the meantime, and Van Nuys. Mr. Patel?
Yes.
And Van Nuys.
Thank you. My clock's not running. I guess you're going to give me unlimited time? No? Right, this is about the neighborhood council board elections. They run fine now. Don't stick your hand into these things that don't really need it. I understand there's a report necessary. You got to record some of this information. That's fine. But they run pretty well now. There's no need for you to send problems towards the neighborhood councils. And everything that happens with the neighborhood empowerment, the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, seems to make things difficult for the neighborhood councils. They don't actually provide any services. They just make it difficult to do what we're trying to do, however ineffective it may be. Just let's not overreach on other people's elections, even though yours are coming up. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Dr. Williams, on item number 14.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA, also executive board member for the LA 32 Neighborhood Council. The city clerk. The last election was a fiasco. A lot of money was spent. Very little communication was presented between the city clerk and the various neighborhood councils, at least in a lot of places, including LA 32 Neighborhood Council. We had to hold yet other elections and appointments to fill our board. Why? because once the city clerk takes it over, it's no longer part of the neighborhood councils. Everyone kind of says they're in charge, they take it over. Right now, we are redoing our bylaws because Dunn has required us to meet a deadline by April the 5th. So we're redoing our bylaws. However, the bylaws include the elections, and we're specifically kept from stating anything about bylaws for our neighborhood councils because they will be superseded by whatever the city clerk comes up with. But the city clerk won't tell us what they're coming up with. So we don't have a way of understanding what's going to go on with our voting and our elections. And by the way, who is eligible to be a stakeholder in a neighborhood council? That will be determined by the city clerk. There's one that says 3 years old, then 12 years old, 16 years old, 18 years old. What is going on? We don't have the guidance from the city clerk to rewrite our bylaws so that we don't know who's eligible for neighborhood councils, how the voting will be done for neighborhood councils, and who's going to do what to whom. So I'd highly recommend having the city clerk have the same requirements that we do. We're willing to help them, but not now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. If somebody wishes to be heard on this, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 eyes.
As approved. Next item, please.
That brings us to item 15, called Special for Councilmember Hahn and for cards.
Ms. Hahn, I'd like to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is a name changing of a community. We don't get a lot of those these days, as many as we used to. But I just wanted to bring this to the attention. It's a neighborhood that we're going to rename Harbor Pines. And just to let you know, nowadays, name changing has to go through a pretty rigorous process that we set up because we wanted to make it fair and transparent, because as you know, some name changes are controversial, and sometimes the community that's not being a part of the name change is upset, or sometimes people want to get out of the area that is going to be name changed. But it's gone through the process, which means that someone from the community brings up the idea of changing the name. Then there has to be 500 signatures collected from within residents in the affected area. This area has about 5,000 residents, and per the 2000 census data. And so they collected 500 signatures, and then there has to be a hearing in the neighborhood council that's affected in that area. So the Harbor City Neighborhood Council held a hearing on November 17th of last year. 120 residents showed up in support of the idea of name changing. Now today I don't think we have anybody that showed up to City Hall, but this is part of what this process means, is you don't have to come all the way down to City Hall to express your feeling about whether or not your neighborhood should have a name change. You go to the city council, the neighborhood council in your area, and voice your support. To this date, my office has received only one person who is opposed to this name change. So in Education and Neighborhoods, we agreed to recommend that we do change this neighborhood. A very strong, important member of the community actually works for the city. Our own city attorney, Newt Tritanich, actually lives in this neighborhood. In fact, he was the first one that brought it to my attention at my swearing in for my reelection in 2009, and so we wanted to make sure it went through the proper process. It did, and so today I'm recommending that this area be renamed Harbor Pines. And the first time the maps came back, by the way, there was a little confusion because some of the area in this boundary was actually in the city of Lomita and in unincorporated areas of LA County. We decided to make it clean, so those two areas were removed from the boundaries of Harbor Pines, since we don't have any jurisdiction in Lomita or the unincorporated area of the county. So I think this is a good change. This brings a lot of pride to this community, and I think we should wholeheartedly support the name change to Harbor Pines of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one speaker card. Mr. Walsh, if you want to come forward. Again, to let you know, this is about Harbor Pines.
You know, Hollywood, blogging at hollywoodhighlands.org, and email us at hollywooddems.com. Nothing against Harbor Pines, but just take a look what it says here. Fiscal impact statement. Neither the city administrative officer, you remember he was arrested, he's on probation now, nor for drunk driving, nor the CLA analyst have completed a financial analysis of this report. So you're just pushing it through. You are the law. The charter is not the law. You are the law. And I want to know, you know, I live in a neighborhood we call it Hollywood Heights. Of course, we're 10 feet higher than Hollywood Boulevard. But we're not going to charge you thousands and thousands of dollars to put up signs. We have 22 fire departments that are browned out. And you're spending money to put up signs that will probably end up being burned down. I think you are despicable. And you can take your 58 extra seconds and you know where you
Mr.
can
Walsh. That will close our public comment on this. If we can please take our vote and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 27, scheduled for closed session.
Okay. Okay, we have cards from the public before we go into closed session. Very patient public. Jamie Green is our first speaker. And after Jamie Green will be Sarah Armstrong. Is Jamie here? All right, why don't we go to Ms. Armstrong then? After that, Susan O'Leary. Hello again, good afternoon.
Hello. Sarah Armstrong, the working group. I had hoped that the motion for an open session would have carried the day today, but you have made the decision to go into closed session. I hope with all my heart that when... I'm sorry? This item was asked to be an open session item via a motion. Apparently you have decided to keep it as a closed item. I can well understand as you go through this difficult process that you might like some privacy, but we of the medical marijuana community would like as much information as you can give us. If you might come back from the closed session and talk about the things that are not confidential or decisions that you have made that you can share with us, I would deeply appreciate it. We are terribly anxious right now. We feel that you have been pushed to the breaking point and that for the first time an outright ban might seem like a good alternative. Please don't do this. The sick and dying of Los Angeles need your help to keep the medical marijuana dispensary movement open, safe, and vital. I know you can find solutions. You found solutions to many, many other problems that are more difficult than this. I would ask you from the bottom of my heart to put aside the idea of a ban for now and work with those of us who have always been law-abiding and stand with you now to find the kind of solutions that you need to go forward. I hope with all my heart that you understand that those of us who get up each morning and work on these problems don't do it to get rich or famous or take a place in history, but because we all know some people who are terribly sick and in a great deal of distress, and we know that medical cannabis helps. We ask you to partner with us now in a new year and in a new way so that all of these problems can be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan O'Leary is our next speaker. After Ms. O'Leary will be Frank Sheftel back in Van Nuys. Good afternoon.
Good morning, City Council members. I'm a medical marijuana patient, and I'm here today because I oppose a ban on the local regulation of the Compassionate Use Act. Please don't...
Can you lift the microphone up just a little bit so we can hear you just a little bit better? Thank you.
Sorry. Please don't beat a hasty retreat when citizens are looking to you, our local government, for leadership in this complicated arena. Regulation serves all citizens. A ban will cause more problems and confusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Sheftel and Van Nuys is next. Oliver Summers will follow here in Chambers.
He's not here.
We go to Van Nuys, Mr. Sheftel.
He's not here.
Not here? Okay, thank you. Oliver Summers then is next, and then Don Duncan.
Happy New Year, everybody. It's
Happy New Year.
2011, and I'm back again. My name is Oliver Summers. I'm a resident of Los Angeles. I am a medical cannabis activist, and I have been standing here for many, many years. Pretty much sick of standing up here as much as you guys are seeing us. I know that you see the regular group of us here every time, and that you're just sort of used to seeing the same group of people. But I'd like to show you a picture of somebody. I know you can't really see it, but this man's name is David the Wolf Noriega, and he passed away last week from complications to multiple sclerosis. He was a very good friend of mine. He'd been suffering for many, many years, and I had been helping him with medical cannabis for many years. He always encouraged me to come here and speak to you guys rationally so that we can all work together to eventually have a medical cannabis program in the city of Los Angeles that won't be abused. He loved Los Angeles. I love Los Angeles, and I want to be here to help with everybody. And I just got to say that I believe that this is the year that we have a second chance. This is the year that we can all actually sit down, discuss rationally, and have a proper ordinance put into place. A ban is just a knee-jerk reaction, and I believe that we can all work together. You recognize the people sitting to my left. We've all been here every time that something comes up for medical cannabis, and we fight and we talk. And why do? I do it for my friend David Noriega and for my patients who have passed away, and I have patients who are sick and dying, and I have patients who are living, and I want to be there for them at every moment and every turn. And I please beg of you, do not ban medical cannabis in the city of LA. These are people who really do help, who really do need your help, really, really badly. And I just needed to say that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Don Duncan is our next speaker, and then Richard Kearns will follow.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Don Duncan, a resident of Los Angeles and the California Director of Americans for Safe Access. I'm here today to speak in support of a motion to make important changes to the medical cannabis ordinance. I think we all knew when the ordinance was adopted over such a long time frame that there would be changes to come. And in response to the preliminary injunction issued by Judge Moore, there are some proposals on the table to fix the ordinance. And I want you to know that Americans for Safe Access in our constituency enthusiastically supports changes that will protect patient privacy, that will remove the sunset clause, which was in fact just a sort of hidden ban on collectives, and also that will give some clarity and some finality to who is eligible to register a medical marijuana collective under the terms of the ordinance. And of course we support the simple and straightforward solutions suggested by Judge Moore, because that's a better choice than other options. And I know that some council members and the city attorney's office are supporting the idea of banning medical marijuana collectives. I want to urge you to choose to fix the ordinance rather than to abandon it. We've spent so much time already working on this process that it would be a shame and a disservice to simply turn our backs on the legal medical cannabis patients who want to do it right. I want to remind you that a ban on medical marijuana collectives does not impact illegal facilities or non-permitted facilities. All it does is prevent law-abiding legal patients from participating in collective and cooperative associations. And so that's the wrong path if we want to realize the proven benefits, a reduction in crime, a reduction in complaints that come with sensible regulations. So I encourage you today to adopt the fixes and to stay the course on regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Richard Kearns is next. After that is Elliot Katz.
My name is Richard Kearns. Good afternoon. We've spoken already. I am sick and dying. I would suggest to you, as you go into secret session, that banning medical marijuana amounts to mismanagement of a resource for our community. I ask you, as Ben Franklin asks the committee putting together the Constitution, to doubt your own infallibility. We need this to stay alive and to make our lives work. And I want to offer you a news item to close. The illicit use of prescription medicine has become the nation's fastest growing drug problem, according to the ONDCP, as printed in the Washington Post. The drugs driving the problems are opioid analgesics, which among teenagers are more popular than marijuana, according to a federal study from 2006. These drugs have been flowing out of retail pharmacies at a burgeoning rate. Prescriptions for two of the most common opioids, hydrocodone and oxycodone, jumped from 44 million in 1991 to 179 million in 2009, according to the National Institute of Drug Abuse. This is moving backwards. I'm going to be dead soon. I'm not going to be able to come and complain to you about this very much more. I wish that you do something sensible to keep the people that are following me alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Mr. Rosendahl would like to say something. Mr. Kearns?
Richard, just a point of personal privilege. I've asked to speak and to thank you for your courageous leadership over the years. It'll be 16 years that my partner died in a week. And every time you've come here, you've been a prophetic figure for me and for all of us, and I appreciate your leadership. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elliot Katz is our next speaker. Mr. Katz here? Not. Sam Humid? Excuse me.
Honorable members of the City Council, my name is Sam Hamid. I operate Perennial Holistic Wellness Center in Studio City. I hope everyone had a safe and memorable New Year's celebration. And I hope this will be the first and last meeting I have with you this year. It is unnerving that my patients have to wait for me while I start another year at this podium to fight for the protections I have earned and deserve as a pre-ICO dispensary operator. First, please do not heed the Councilperson's Parson Perry's motion for an outright ban. Everyone in this room knows it's easier to arrest cannabis smokers as opposed to heavily armed methamphetamine producers. It's high time, no pun intended, to accept the permanent existence of the 187 pre-ICO dispensaries. In September 2007, the Council had the foresight to enact a moratorium against any new dispensaries, but lacked the confidence to enforce it. Following your registrations in 2007, unsavory investors saw the quandary you had put yourselves in and took advantage of the situation, and they still do. You are the lawmakers, and you already drew the foundation of workable law in 2007. You need to stand up and be heard and regain the public's respect. If you can't find a legal way to control 187 law-abiding, community-supporting pre-ICO dispensaries, how can the public believe that you can control anything else? Here is the opportunity for you to get involved in a real and deep level to save face and create a framework that can be admired by other cities as a proper way to regulate an unstoppable wave of change. I formally invite each and every one of you, members of the City Council, City Attorneys, City Clerk, all of you, to visit my dispensary. Speak to my neighbors and their customers. Come witness a dispensary that followed every letter of the new ordinance with its location. No residential borders, 1,000 feet from the school. I even have 2 parking spaces for every 100 square feet of floor space. Please urge the City Attorney to drop the suit against me and any other pre-ICO dispensary that fulfills your dream list of restrictions, and let's move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. Dejay Coty is our next speaker. After that is Brad Barnes.
Dejay Coty, Council District 4. Welcome back. Happy New Year to all of you. Like my other colleagues, just, not to feel like we're flogging a dead horse here, but I'm not sure what I can tell you different than you've already heard the last 5 years from so many of us, is that we need good, solid, workable regulations here in Los Angeles. A ban is not going to work. It's only going to push patients to the black market. It's going to push every legitimate dispensary into an underground situation, and it's not going to make dispensing cannabis in city limits go away. Over the holiday, Patient Advocacy Network took close to a couple dozen calls from patients who are very similar to Mr. Kearns, but they cannot be here. They are in wheelchairs. They require nursing staff in order to get them into council chambers, and when they realize, again, we're the last agenda item for the day going into closed session, those very ill people like Mr. Kearns are very discouraged to come down here and show their face. So the Patient Advocacy Network is here to represent all of those sick and dying people who are not able to come down here and show you who they are, to let you know they need this very important medicine in their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Desiree. Brad Barnes is our next speaker. After that is John Walsh.
Good afternoon, Council. Brad Barnes, resident of LA City. I think I agree with most people in the city that there should be safe access for medical marijuana, but there should be restrictions. Judge Moore has basically opened up a path, or expressed a pathway for the, path of least resistance, which would picking a line and picking a date to restrict the number of dispensaries in the city, which would probably be the easiest way to do it legally. If you want to reduce the number down to about 70, then maybe the date should be January 1st of 2007, not September. The Sunset Clause would, eliminating the Sunset Clause would allow us to not be here and do this all over again at the end of the Sunset Clause itself. Patient privacy is a good thing to remove that. And about the good neighbor policy, no matter how good people try to be, there are other factors that come into it. It's not them that are actually doing the problems. It's the patients and their friends that are showing up next to the collectives. They're causing, you can't restrict what they're going to do. So I don't think anybody should be subjected to living next to a dispensary or even an alleyway. I think an alleyway is even worse, because an alleyway causes a place where people are going to have tailgate parties. You can't control the patients, much less their friends, who are outside waiting for them in an alleyway. They're going to drink, they're going to smoke, they're going to cause problems. I wouldn't want to live next to a dispensary. I wouldn't want to be adjacent to an alleyway. I think an alleyway, like I said, is even worse than living adjacent to it, or across the street, or it's just, a good neighbor policy is just ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. John Walsh is next, and then after that is Charles Kirsheimer.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Look, I voted for this when it was on the ballot. I would do it again. I have no regrets voting for medical marijuana, except it's like Christianity. No one has ever practiced it. Many of these medical marijuana clinics, and even their supporters called some of them unsavory. The supporters now sound like I did a few months ago. The judge came up, and when they came up, we didn't have the spate of murders a few months ago. That's since then. And we had a murder recently at one that was illegal. The judge looked at the case. The judge made some fixes. The city council, the city attorney has codified it. Go back there, put the fixes in. Let's forget about it. Let's get over with this. I'm telling you, Bill, I tried marijuana. I didn't like it. I get high on city council meetings. I don't need weed. Okay? Bill Clinton said he tried it, but he didn't inhale. When I tried it, I didn't exhale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walsh. And Charles Kirsheimer will take it home.
Good afternoon, Council. My name's Charles Kirchheimer. I spoke a little bit earlier. There's a couple things that I have to say. The first thing is just a little bit of quote of legislation that comes straight from the state. It's that SB 420 is designed to enhance access of patients and caregivers to medical marijuana through collectives and cooperatives. You can Google it. It's on Wikipedia. It's all basic. The rights that the Council is trying to strip away from us is already provided to us by the state. The council will be denying hundreds of thousands of patients throughout the state access towards marijuana. People come to Los Angeles because we can provide to them. The inalienable rights of the patients will prevail regardless of the council's legislation, and that is something that I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Gersheimer. That will close our general public comments for today. In accordance with California state law, we'll now go into executive session to discuss legal matters before us. Thank you all for your patience this morning. We will go back into open session following, and if we can please clear the room. Thank you. Any action requiring public action today for the item that we took in closed section. So let's go to the next order of business, please.
Mr. President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk.
Let's run through those.
Councilmember Hahn requests to leave at 1 p.m. on January 12, 2011, and to be excused on January 28, February 4, March 25, May 27, July 29, September 30th, and November 19 for city business. That meets council policy.
All right, but those are the only ones for the year. We'll excuse those.
Councilmember Cardenas?
Yes. Has excuses as well? Sorry, Councilmember Cardenas.
Councilmember Cardenas requests to be excused on February 11, 2011 for city business. That meets council policy.
All right, he's excused.
Councilmember Perry requests to be excused on January 4, 5, and 7, 2011, and to leave at 1 p.m. on January 12 and 11 p.m. on January 19.
We reject January 4th since she was here. I think it's jury duty, and I know she's on call for that. Thank you for your service, but the others will be granted.
And to arrive at 11:30 on January 21st, 2011 for city business. That meets council policy.
Okay, she's excused for that as well.
Lastly, Councilmember Parks requests to be excused on January 4 and January 5, 2011 for personal business. That meets council policy.
All right, that excuse is granted as well.
Mr. President, the desk is clear.
I'll let you know, Bill, that it's clear. Folks, do we have any announcements? If not, if I could ask everyone to please rise for our adjourning motions. Colleagues, I'm sure that a number of folks will joining me to adjourn in memory of Joe Loomer, Ms. Perry, and others. Joe Loomer, the president of L&R Parking, passed away in Argentina December 30th, and the young age of 62. Just an amazingly decent individual, a real mensch, somebody who was born and grew up in survivor camp for Holocaust survivors in 1948 in Germany, immigrated here, and became president and chief executive officer of L&R Parking, which runs Joe's Wally Park and a number of other brands in 6 states and other places. He was also a Holocaust researcher and writer. He wrote a book, Noah and the Water Carrier and Other Stories, which he wrote about a fictional city in Poland and tried to put in context what he had learned about the Holocaust and his own family stories in a fictional setting, but somebody who could really talk about almost anything, a wise man, a great businessman, a great contributor, and I think, as a number of people have said, in a very cutthroat business, somebody who really distinguished himself and never really was one of those people that you look at the parking industry, sometimes you wonder who are all the folks there. He was somebody who was a true gentleman and a great businessman as well. I know, Ms. Perry, if you probably want to add some good wishes as well, but too soon and too early in his life was he taken at 62 while on vacation. Ms. Perry?
Thanks, Mr. President. And I had the honor of knowing Joe for a very long time, and even before being elected, to be able to work with his father, and his family is deeply involved in his business. We actually were working on a project with them before he went on vacation, so it was pretty stunning to open the paper and see his photograph in there and actually not believe it for a few minutes, but unfortunately it's true. I'm going to remember him as a very genteel, very gracious, very intelligent, thoughtful person with a worldview that went far beyond the scope of his business, but embraced the depth of the life that he lived and understanding of geopolitical history. He was quite unique. And just so that I can say this publicly, and to his wife, he always spoke very well of her. And that's something that is not so common these days, but whenever I had a personal conversation with him, he always mentioned his wife and his family and what joy they brought to him.
Thank you. Any other members on Joe? Mr. Labange has asked me to read this council adjournment as well for Beatrice Giuliano, who was the mother of Ann D'Amato, who many of us know from her long career here at City Hall, who passed away December 21st, 2010. Beatrice Carmela Giuliano passed away after a courageous fight with cancer, surrounded by her husband and children. She had enjoyed spending time with her family, cooking and baking and hosting large family meals. She was a member of St. Anne's Society and the Italian Catholic Federation, a very devout Catholic who embraced her faith as a proud parishioner of Mary Star of the Sea Catholic Church. She's survived by her husband Philip, their children Neil, Ann, Nancy, Nick, and the countless grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And for the entire family, we remember her and ask that she rest in peace. Thank you. Yeah.
All members for Mr. Loomer and Ann D'Amato's mother.
Absolutely. We'll put all members.
She's a former city employee.
Absolutely. We'll put all members for both of those. Yeah. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I'd like to adjourn today in the memory of just a great man. He was a great friend, really was a legend in San Pedro. John Olguin passed away on New Year's Day, a couple of hours before we were all to take our New Year's Day Cabrillo Polar Bear Plunge in Cabrillo Beach. John was one of the founders of the Polar Bear Club, and John was one of the people that got me, coerced into taking that dip every year on January 1st. But John Olguin was a couple of months, he was going to be 90 in February of this year. In fact, we were already planning his 90th birthday party. He started out as a lifeguard at Cabrillo Beach, and then he became the longtime director of the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium. He really is considered the father of that aquarium. In fact, my brother remembers going on a field trip when he was in elementary school down to Cabrillo Beach, and John had just cardboard tables with jars on them of, sea creatures and other things in the jar, and those jars actually ended up becoming the aquarium. John was responsible for really teaching people about the love of the ocean. He got us to love creatures as small as grunions and as large as the whales. He was responsible for sort of the modern day whale watching trips. He would take kids who had never seen the ocean out on whale watching trips every year, and some of these kids only lived miles from the ocean but never saw it. He helped establish the Point Fermin Marine Life Refuge, and again was one of the founders of the Polar Bear Club. He was a man who, as a lifeguard, used to get tired on July 4th of kids having their fingers burned down at the beach by lighting their own fireworks. So it was John Olguin who really started the Cabrillo Beach firework program every year on July 4th down in San Pedro. He raised the money for it every year. He was a tireless volunteer for everyone from the homeless. He served Thanksgiving meals every year to the men at Beacon House. That's a recovery house in San Pedro. That's where I saw him last year at Thanksgiving. But he really was Mr. San Pedro. He was a good friend of mine. We will miss John Olguin. It came as quite a shock to all of us when we got that news. He leaves his wife of over 50 years. In fact, I think it's over 60. He was married to Muriel. There are 3 children. John, Vi, and Moni, his brother Leonard and Albert, sisters Belia and Esther, and 4 grandchildren. They're planning private services, but there will be a public memorial for John Olguin. I would love it if we had all members on that. I think he deserves that. And then one more, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Davis Lear, who actually worked for my father in the county for many years. His total career in the county was 33 years. He was an elevator operator in the county administration building, and another supervisor, Ray Darby, asked him if he would consider being his assistant, and then my father had him work for him for many, many years. I consider him sort of a member of our family, but he never called in sick one day when he worked for the County of Los Angeles. In fact, in his obituary, it says the first day he called in sick was Wednesday, December 16th, 2010. So the day he died, according to his family, was the only day he ever called in sick in his whole life. He loved his family. He traveled. He was a camper. He and his wife raised 183 foster children in 30 years in their home, and just Davis was a wonderful, wonderful man. I would consider him a member of our family. He's survived by his loving wife, Dorothy, his children and their spouses, Davis Jr., wife Patty, Harold and his wife Jennifer, Adrian and her husband James, Michael and his wife Perrette, Brian and his wife Michelle, Alan and his wife Glenda, and 16 grandchildren. Davis Slair lived a great life and was a good worker, a good county employee, but spent the last half of his life with his family traveling and enjoying the world. We will miss Davis.
Amazing. Thank you. Are there adjourned motions on this side? If not, Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Sidney Smith passed away, who was a beloved pediatrician who contributed many years of service to the West Side. Dr. Smith was born on November 26, 1924 in St. Louis, Missouri. He came to Los Angeles in 1952, where he began his residency at Children's Hospital. Before retiring, he had practiced pediatrics for 35 years, many of which were spent in Brentwood. Retirement did not last long for Dr. Smith, who was invited to head the Child Health and Disability Program for the County of Los Angeles. He advocated for and helped thousands of children as director of the program for 11 years before retiring for the second time. His commitment to youth continued throughout his life. His current calling card read, Child Advocate. Dr. Smith was also a member of the Los Angeles Jewish Big Brothers, serving as a Big Brother and board member. He provided annual physical examinations for campers attending Camp Max Strauss for over 40 years. Dr. Smith is also remembered as a mentor to many youth throughout the years. He served as a reader for the blind and dyslexic and was a tutor in schools. He loved the arts, history, travel, and above all, family. Dr. Sidney Smith passed away on November 21st, 2010. He is survived by Gloria, his wife of 62 years, daughter Jill, and son Charles, in addition to 2 generations of nieces and nephews. A memorial was held for Dr. Smith on Sunday, December 5th at University Synagogue in Brentwood. He's truly a role model for all of us, and may he rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Zine.
Mr. President, this is for Mike Tatro, passed away December 19th, born in Yarmouth, Maine, moved with his family to Glendale when he was 11, attended Holy Family Elementary and Notre Dame High School. After being drafted during the Vietnam War, joined the elite U.S. Army Rangers, served in Southeast Asia from 1963 to 65. Following military service, Mike tried out a number of jobs, including playing the electric guitar for a San Francisco band. Attended Glendale Community College, San Fernando Valley State College, Cal State Northridge, where he majored in English, literature, and journalism. Became a reporter, then feature writer for the Thousand Oaks News Chronicle. Began his career at the Daily Advertisement News in the early 1980s as a reporter. Left as letters editor in 2008, later returned in 2009. During other periods of his career at the Daily News, edited the Neighbors tabloid section, worked as an assistant city editor, editing sections for Glendale and Ventura County, and edited copies in the features department. Mike returned to the Daily News editorial page in August 2009, where a part of his job was reading 100 to 135 letters, picking the best for the newspaper. Passed away Sunday, December 19th, after a long battle with cancer. He was 66 years of age, survived by his wife Cynthia, their children Allegra and Gabrielle, brothers and sisters Judy, Marianne, Jerry, and Joe, several nieces and nephews. May he rest in peace. Mike Tatro from the Los Angeles Daily News.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. And with that, if there's no other adjourning motions, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. And Mr. Kretz, do you have an announcement?
Announcement. I want to